not simply a matter of general criminality like in other contexts. There are religious and other motivations in the context of the killings that are happening, the groups that are behind it, and ultimately the complicity of the government of Nigeria as well in terms of the insecurity in the country.
Yeah, when you mention Boko Haram, ISWAP, ISIS, what comes to mind is terrorism. How could terrorism be linked to genocide? These are therefore terrorists who are committing terrorist acts, and then you refer to it as a genocide against Christians. That doesn't seem to match with my understanding.
I think you bring up a very good point. I think part of the problem is that the Nigerian government is not an innocent bystander in this. If it were, then maybe a term other than genocide would be used. But the problem is that the government of Nigeria is complicit in what is happening, and you have elements of the government of Nigeria that are tied to these terrorist groups. So if we look at the current government of Nigeria, the vice president of the country currently, Shettima, has deep ties to Boko Haram. Some have called him the co-founder of Boko Haram. But regardless, everyone, and this is a public fact in Nigeria, he has deep ties to this terrorist group. There are photos that are available. Politicians in Nigeria have talked about this. What I'm saying is not a speculation. It's an established fact in terms of his ties. You have elements of the Nigerian military that also have ties to the same terrorist groups. And there have been famous instances of this. For example, back in 2014, there were plans between the U.S. and the Nigerians to rescue the Chibok schoolgirls. And one of the plans was foiled because elements of the Nigerian military leaked the planned operations to the terrorist groups. So the reason why the term genocide, or you've also heard the term Christian persecution, is being used is that you also have complicity of elements. I'm not saying the entire Nigerian government, but at least elements of the Nigerian government that are sympathetic to these same terrorist groups or who have relations with the same terrorist groups. And I think that's a fundamental part of the problem. And in a way, it's almost, to use an American phrase, asking the wolf to guard the sheep, or to ask the fox to guard the henhouse. Because how could we hope that a government could effectively fight the same terrorist groups in which some extremely senior members of that government have relations with those groups? And again, even politicians in Nigeria have openly talked about, we have this dangerous situation in which elements of our own government are tied to terrorist groups. So this is not just Elias's opinion. So
Let's look at it this way. The United States has legal instruments like the Magnitsky Act and other sanctions that they could apply to the individuals you have identified and mentioned, if at all they are guilty of what you are mentioning. Why doesn't the Nigerian government or the United States government use those tools at their disposal to target the individuals they know are directly linked to Boko Haram, instead of categorizing a whole nation as suffering from genocide, understanding that maybe the vice president, as you say, is part of it, but then the president himself, who is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, is not part of it? Is that not a mistake on the side of the United States?
I don't think it's a mistake, and also I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. So you talk about targeted sanctions. That's the next step. President Trump has designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern, which is an appropriate designation, given their poor record on religious freedom. But additional steps need to be made. Simply designating the Nigerian government as a country of particular concern is not sufficient. There have been talks and efforts in the U.S. Congress to go further than what the president has done and to start engaging in targeted sanctions on specific Nigerian officials. And Magnitsky sanctions are an enormously effective tool to be used as almost a surgical knife to identify specific wrongdoers who are engaging in bad acts and are of a malignant influence. I fully support Magnitsky sanctions currently in the U.S. government. People like Senator Ted Cruz, who we've met with, has publicly talked about how he knows who the the guilty parties are. There are lists that are being considered now in Washington. Names are being discussed. These things aren't overnight. They take time. I will anticipate over the coming months that there will be a push for certain Nigerian officials to be sanctioned under the Magnitsky Act that you referenced. So, you actually mentioned something that we completely agree with, and I think you'll see as one of the next steps. And the great thing about the Magnitsky Act is, again, these are targeted sanctions that specifically go after the wrongdoers rather than having something that's just generalized. So, targeted sanctions are effective, and those actions will be pursued.
I understand that is just a first step, and there could be second steps or third steps. But President Trump was very emphatic about using military attacks, and he already told Secretary Hegseth to prepare to attack Nigeria, meaning he understands, or they already know where the terrorists are, and they could just go there and obliterate them, as he did with the nuclear arsenals in Iran. So why take all these steps if he already knows that is where the problem is and the terrorists could be obliterated?
Right. Those are two things, right? One is a symptom of the problem, which can be addressed through military action, right? Eliminating specific terrorists. But the problem will continue if the government of Nigeria continues to have politicians that have relations with these terrorists that covertly support these terrorist groups. So there can be operations that are done to eliminate terrorist cells and terrorist operators in Nigeria. But ultimately, we also need to engage on it using the diplomatic tools. It's not enough to use military tools. You have to use diplomatic tools in order to...
But you use military tools after diplomatic tools have failed. But President Trump started with military tools.
Well, as you can see, we haven't engaged. The U.S. government yet is considering its options, right? There haven't been military operations, full-scale military operations yet. And the President Trump has a very unique style, if you will, in terms of dealing. That's very unique, right, amongst the presidents that we've had. And I think that in dealing with a country like Nigeria, where people have for years been complaining about these issues, and the government of Nigeria has refused to listen to the suffering of its own people, I think, frankly, a straightforward style of the president is what's needed in order to show the government of Nigeria that we're serious and that they can't continue with what they've been doing. And you can see that the president's style has caused the Nigerian government to have a reaction, whereas for years they've just been completely blasé. And, a lot of my friends in Africa very much like the president's straightforward, no-nonsense style. And I think when you're dealing with a country like Nigeria or some of these other countries where you have bad governments, diplomatic whispers often don't move the needle. You need to be a little bit more aggressive. So I think it's part of the president's diplomatic style of carrying a big stick. And I think sometimes that's what's needed. And I think it's been effective in this case.
I think President Trump's direct style, where he breaches diplomatic protocols, is one of the strategies that he uses to get things going and resolving problems around the world. But let's come back to talk about the funders of the Boko Haram. You have been emphatic that military officers in Nigeria and politicians are part of that movement. But we have on record on the floor of Congress, a congressman reading an audit of USAID. And in it, he claims that the USAID has been sponsoring Boko Haram. So why is President Trump putting the responsibility on Nigerians and Nigerian leaders while there is evidence from the United States side, read by a congressman on the floor of Congress, that the USAID has been participating in this? Why is the responsibility falling only on Nigerians now?
Well, the responsibilities, as discussed, are falling not on Nigerians, not the Nigerian people, but these horrible, horrific Nigerian politicians. And I want
but on the United States side, there seems to have been action sponsoring that too.
Yeah, well, and you see what President Trump did on that front. President Trump has shut down USAID and has folded USAID into the State Department, and a lot of ineffective programs were eliminated. Again, I'm not... I try to work to influence U.S. policy in directions in which I think they are the right directions. That doesn't mean that everything the U.S. government has done has been correct. Sometimes mistakes have been made. And I think the president made the right choice in terms of deciding to make reforms within our administrative state. So again, the same USAID that you're mentioning that the congressman talked about is the same USAID that the president has shut down, and it's now been folded in the State Department. Programs like that, those programs have been closed. And there have been other programs too that have made absolutely no sense whatsoever. We've unfortunately, USAID, which had started with good intentions, had a variety of programs that just didn't make any sense, that were a waste of taxpayer money, sometimes even working against our interests. So I think that that's a perfect example in terms of why there have been reforms. But nonetheless, the primary responsibility is for the problems in Nigeria is the government of Nigeria.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to make a clarification here. You don't work for the State Department. So what you are saying is just your understanding of how the State Department and the government of the United States is operating and the processes, how you read them from outside. Am I being right?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm a lobbyist, government relations consultant here in Washington, D.C., so I'm not an employee or representative of the U.S. government. That being said, I work closely with all the parts of the U.S. government, including our Congress, State Department, White House, National Security Council, and other agencies. So I'm not a representative of the State Department. I'm not a formal representative of the U.S. government, but these are all officials whom I talk to, who I work closely with, who I try to bring my information to and my perspective to. So I hope that provides a clarification.
Thank you so much. Let's go back to talk about the categorization of the genocide. In his testimony to the Subcommittee on Africa in Congress recently, Ambassador Jonathan Pratt said, in northern Nigeria, Christians live under constant threat from these terrorist organizations, compounding this unacceptable level of violence against vulnerable Christian communities. Nigeria continues to prosecute blasphemy cases, which my colleague will discuss in more detail. This claim of genocide against Christians and Christian persecution, is that based on what is happening to Christians only in the north of Nigeria or everywhere across Nigeria?
Yeah, this is a broader issue, and let's bring this beyond the issue of simply terrorism. I think some context is needed here. Nigeria is almost evenly split between Christian and Muslim. For a period of a few decades, there was an attempt to have a balance of power in the country where there was, you could say, an informal understanding that there should be a rotation between Christian and Muslim presidents and vice presidents, and that the government should be secular. And there was a very fragile balance of power. And that balance of power was upset in 2015 with the rise to power of the former military dictator of Nigeria, Buhari, as president. And he began the process of introducing Islamic fundamentalism into the government, engaging, that's when you started to have the increased persecution of the Biafrans and the Biafran independence movement. You start to have policies about reintegration of quote unquote repentant terrorists into the Nigerian military. And this process of fundamentalism coming into the government has continued, whereupon now in the current government, I talked about Shettima, but you have in both President Tinubu and Shettima for really the first time a Muslim ticket, where you don't have Christians in either the presidency or the vice presidency. You also have the spread of Sharia law in the north of the country, and now there are attempts to bring that southwards. So, for example, there have been attempts to now introduce Sharia law into parts of the southwest of the country, what we call Yoruba land, for example, right? And the Yorubas tend to be more religiously moderate, but now they're trying to bring Sharia law into the middle belt, even south into the country. Some of these radical politicians are trying to make these sorts of proposals. You also have, again, the terrorists, Fulani herders coming from the north into the middle belt, and even now parts of both the southwest and the southeast, what you call Biafra land. So there's considerable concern by many elements of the country, actually, that you have basically a fundamentalist capture of the key institutions of government in the government and the military, and it's something that is deeply concerning to people. So I think that's a very important factor as well. That's also, of course, connected to this issue of terrorism as well. So that's just another factor that is deeply concerning, I think, to both Biafrans and Nigerians generally, as well as to the U.S. government, frankly.
I get you very well. What difference do you make between the Fulani herders and the Boko Haram terrorists? Because when I listen to you, it looks like the two are the same.
No, I didn't say the two are the same. I'm saying there have been issues by those groups and other groups in terms of murders of innocent civilians, and the situation has gone completely out of hand in the country. So I did not, I didn't say all these groups are the same. They have different nuances, but they all contribute to the problem.
So at what time, I am asking these questions because I understand that your work informs the United States government on what is happening in Nigeria. So at what point do you make a difference between a Fulani herder attack on farmers and a Boko Haram attack on farmers or on Christians? How do you make that difference?
I'm not sure if I really understand the question. I think it's almost, splitting hairs in terms of if the government of Nigeria is not only not protecting the country, but you have politicians that are tied to radical groups that are killing innocent civilians, whether or not an innocent person's murdered by Fulani herders or by Boko Haram. I think it's a problem either way. So I'm not sure if I understand what kind of distinction.
I get the point where you are making the argument that it doesn't matter whether it is called a genocide or it's called Christian persecution. What matters is insecurity, and the government of Nigeria is not performing its role.
And that's where many people are offended by the government of Nigeria, because they try and engage in semantics in terms of it's not Christian genocide, and that's not the technical term, and there is no genocide, and maybe use this other term. And even if you see the reactions, forget about the U.S. government, if you see the reactions of many Nigerians, they themselves get furious when they see these Nigerian media spokespeople trying to, split hairs over definitions and terms. And you'll hear many regular, not just Biafrans, but Nigerians generally, say, hey, listen, the country is a disaster. We're moving towards a failed state. We have problems. People are being killed, and yet you're trying to, make a debate over terminology. So, I think this is something where, even people in Nigeria are very, very upset, and they want their own government to be held accountable for what's happening.
Okay, so I'm happy with that clarification. So at this point, from your understanding of what the United States Congress and White House and State Department are thinking, what would be a solution that the United States would say, okay, the Nigerian government is doing everything now to protect Christians? What is going to happen for them to say that that is happening?
Yeah, I think when you're dealing, again, with a country in Nigeria with the types of people that are running the government, the best tool to use is really sanctions, including targeted sanctions. When these corrupt Nigerian politicians, for example, are no longer able to, let's say, launder their money in the U.S. and other places, if, let's say, their assets are seized, because also many of these officials are completely corrupt in outrageous ways. And there have been a number of stories about the corruption of Nigerian officials. So if we were to go after officials who are complicit, who are part of the problem, sanctioning them and holding them accountable, I think that would be the best way to change their behavior. Simply trying to nicely ask the Nigerian government officials, oh, please do something. People have been asking the Nigerian government to do something for years. Clearly, they've not cared to do anything, and the problem's only gotten worse. So I think when you're dealing with a conundrum like Nigeria or any other, and these other governments too, I think, a tough approach is what's needed, frankly. And the same goes to, for other governments in Africa as well, where, let's say, and especially with more autocratic regimes. But, that's a separate discussion.
Yes, we're going to talk about that in a moment. I want us to switch gears now and talk about Biafra. So we'll definitely talk about autocratic governments like the government of Cameroon when we talk about Biafra in this case. In an article by the Africa Report, they say former U.S. Congressman Jim Moran, who lent a voice to the indigenous people of Biafra movement in 2024, the situation in Nigeria reflects human rights abuses, religious freedom issues, persecution of Christians, increasing Islamic fundamentalism with the Nigerian government, and its alignment with U.S. adversaries. But in his statement, Ambassador Jonathan Pratt says Nigeria is one of the United States' key allies in Africa. Is your firm having this thing wrong?
No, I think not at all. I think one thing to clarify is the U.S. government is a very complex machinery. It works in a very unique way. On any particular issue, you'll have different parts of the U.S. government that may have different points of view, right? What matters is what's the overall political consensus among those who are the decision makers. In this case, when it comes to taking a strong stance against the government of Nigeria, you see extremely strong support in the United States Congress. I've worked with many of these members of Congress. That's now been reflected at the White House, in the National Security Council, and the President of the United States himself. And ultimately, in the nature of the current U.S. government, what really matters is the policy stance of President Trump. You know, the viewpoint of the president is reflective in U.S. government policy. This is different than, let's say, other administrations where decisions are made at a more bureaucratic level through the interagency process. In this case, what the U.S. government policy is the viewpoint of President Trump. The State Department tends to be a little bit more, how shall we say, conservative and risk averse usually. So that's why you have people like Ambassador Pratt making those comments, but that doesn't necessarily reflect the overall consensus and the viewpoint of the people who are the decision makers. Mind you, before this whole topic took off the past 2-3 months in terms of Christian genocide and the stance of the President of the United States, you had people like Masad Boulos, who's another senior State Department official, who try to argue that the Christians aren't being targeted and that maybe more Muslims are being killed. Mr. Boulos has had a past history with Nigeria, given his background, and has friendly relations with the President of Nigeria. But then the President of the United States decided to take a different stance, given the mood in Congress and other parts of the government. I guess what I'm trying to say is the stance of the U.S. government is very clear through the opinion of the President of the United States. President Trump has even made comments saying Nigeria is a disgrace. So with due respect, what really matters is the viewpoint of President Trump, his influential people in the White House, and his allies in the U.S. Congress. And Ambassador Pratt, I think, is speaking a diplomatic terminology, but that's not really driving the U.S. policy right now.
Yeah.
So I just want to give you that.
Yeah, that background was necessary. And somebody who's listening to us now, it's definitely asking, how did you get to President Trump's ears, whereas his own ambassador could not convince him on these issues?
Well, that's why lobbying is important here in Washington, D.C. It's to engage in an education campaign. For the past year, we've been very proactively lobbying members of the U.S. Congress, educating them on these issues, building alliances. And again, we can't take all the credit. You've also had some pro-Christian evangelical groups that were very active and also lobbying on behalf of similar issues, Christian persecution in Nigeria. And some of those groups we've allied and worked with and cooperated with in terms of our lobbying efforts. And because of the alliances we built in the U.S. Congress, and you had people like Senator Ted Cruz, who are extremely influential, who introduced legislation calling for sanctions on Nigeria, that penetrated into the White House, into places like the National Security Council, which is very influential in this particular White House. And eventually that percolated to the president, and the president decided to take action on the issue. So lobbying is systematic. You build alliances, and if you build enough alliances with influential members of Congress and other individuals who speak directly to the president, that can influence the viewpoint of the president of the United States. And also, too, I think this was very natural for the president because many of his supporters are people who are evangelicals or pro-Christian and so forth. So I think this was a very natural decision for him to make.
Am I understanding you very clear that in your lobbying and advocacy, you have decided to use Christians in place of Biafra in order to catch President Trump's attention?
Well, I won't say in place, but rather in connection with, because again, the Biafra issues both has ethnic undertones, but also it's there are religious connotations to it as well, because the Biafrans are predominantly Christian. And so we have advanced the Biafra issue in conjunction with the issue of Christian persecution in Nigeria, because those are connected issues and related issues. It's just the Biafra issue also has some specific nuances to it beyond also the Christian issue as well.
So you're saying that you added Biafra and Christian advocacy to catch President Trump's attention. Am I getting that clear?
That's correct. And again, those are related issues. It's just the Biafra matter also has some additional elements and nuances to it.
What are those additional elements and nuances?
Well, when it comes to the persecution the Biafrans have faced, part of it, there is a religious element to it because the Biafrans are a significant bulk of the Christian population of the country. But there's also an ethnic element because Biafrans, one of the major tribes in Biafra land are the Igbo people who've suffered significant persecution in Nigeria in the 1960s. Of course, you're aware that there was a civil war where the Biafrans tried to establish their independence, and they had their own state for 3 years, recognized by some countries. Unfortunately, they were re-annexed by Nigeria, and unfortunately, they were never really fully accepted back into society. They face discrimination and marginalization since the end of the Civil War. They haven't been able to get, for example, the Nigerian presidency. And there's, for example, a lot of that part of the country, southeast Nigeria, the Nigerian government has purposely neglected to invest in that area, develop the infrastructure of that area. You have Port Harcourt, for example, that's still been completely undeveloped. This is all intentional to punish the people of what we call the Southeast Nigeria or Biafra. So there's been very unnecessary persecution and marginalization, which has only gotten worse with the recent governments in Nigeria. And this is something that needs to be
I hear all those points, but one point came to mind, or one point struck me more. Did you say Nigeria re-annexed Biafra?
What I was trying to get at is, after the Biafrans declared independence in 1967, there's a 3-year civil war, and then Nigeria unfortunately won the civil war. That's what I was trying to convey.
Okay, so Nigeria won the civil war, and Biafra became reintegrated into.
That's what I was saying. Yes.
So what is the basis for the Biafran movement of independence right now? Is it a historical base or an economic?
I think it's a combination of a lot of things. I think a fundamental part of the problem is Nigeria is really an artificial amalgamation of the British, where they put together disparate peoples under colonial borders. In 1914, you have the Biafrans in the southeast, you have the Yorubas in the southwest, and then you have the Hausas and Fulanis in the north. Unfortunately, the British played some games where they favored politicians in the north, which they felt could be more easily controlled, and empowered the northern politicians for political power in Nigeria, even though you have the human capital and the economic resource space in the south of the country. The Biafrans or Igbo people are incredibly educated, entrepreneurial, and also the Yorubas in the southwest. You have Lagos. They're also very educated. A lot of the Nigerian professors that you see are of Yoruba background, for example. And also that's where you have considerable natural resources in, let's say, in the Biafra territory in terms of oil and gas and so forth, which unfortunately they don't get the benefit of that. So the country was put together. And again, when there was an attempt of having a balance of power between Christian and Muslim presidents and vice presidents, the country was kind of barely holding together in this dysfunctional way. But now that the balance has been upset, the country's totally spiraling into a failed state because ultimately you have different competing value systems, within the same country. You have parts of the north, again, that are under Sharia law. You have, again, the Biafrans who are completely different in terms of being westward oriented, Christian, highly educated population. So the whole system is disintegrating. And we've seen this in this happened in other cases, in other contexts, like, for example, the breakup of Yugoslavia and so forth. So, unfortunately, we're at a situation now where, given just how dysfunctional the country is, other options have to be considered. And what I'm talking about is not radical. Many people throughout Nigeria have talked about we have to really reconsider this whole arrangement. Even people in the Southwest, the Yorubas, some of them have called for their independence because they're just concerned that the whole system is becoming dysfunctional and collapsing. So given the state of that country and just how dysfunctional it is and how the system is at odds with itself, I think a lot of people are saying, okay, this is the time to sit back and potentially rethink how Nigeria should work and if parts of the country should have, let's say, greater autonomy or even their own independence. So this is not a radical point of view, and this is not just a perspective of the Biafrans. Different people in different parts of what we call Nigeria are seriously reconsidering this entire arrangement.
So based on these factors you have just outlined, what is your client's final objective? Is it independence or greater autonomy within Nigeria?
Yeah, so the eventual goal is independence. But that being said, the Biafra government also is very sophisticated. They understand how international diplomacy is. That's why they're working closely through me with the U.S. government, and we're working on seeing how we can achieve the goal because it's going to take some time, and there going to have to be transitionary processes as well as we work towards the eventual goal of independence. The creation of entities that are autonomous or newly independent states. These are things that take time, and it's something we want to be very thoughtful about. So the Biafra government, through my efforts here, is having close dialogue with the U.S. government. And this is a process that we're working on, but it's going to take time. And we're making sure that we're working with the U.S. and other necessary stakeholders to work towards the eventual goal.
Let's talk again about the religious persecution and genocide as it's being presented. The Nigerian government has refused those claims and said they are gross misrepresentation of the reality. But when President Trump made his statement, mostly Biafran diaspora was celebrating and jubilating. Do you think the Biafran diaspora is considering this as a win for their advocacy?
The president's actions are absolutely a win. And again, what the government of Nigeria is talking about is just complete nonsense. I mean, we see this recently in the life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who's a prominent Biafran activist that was illegally kidnapped by the government of Nigeria in 2021 from Kenya. He's the Nelson Mandela of our time. He's been a peaceful activist for an independent Biafra. The government of Nigeria kidnaps that gentleman, drags out his trial for years, gives him a life sentence. Meanwhile, you have the president of Nigeria pardoning drug traffickers, murderers, and convicted Islamic terrorists. So a lot of not just Biafrans, but even other Nigerians, when they look at what's happening, they say, "Hey, how come the Nigerian government, in the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is giving him a life sentence through this clearly politically motivated court case, and meanwhile the president of Nigeria is pardoning criminals, drug traffickers, and former terrorists." So it's just when you have contrasts that are so stark, one can't help but come to the conclusion that there's a bias against both Biafrans and also Christians generally in Nigeria, because what else could possibly explain these type of discrepancies?
So you're saying that...
And this is not just my view, too. Recently, congressional hearing that you alluded to, a member of Congress, John James, highlighted the example of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as the double standard Nigerian government example of Christian persecution in Nigeria. So again, this is not just my point of view, but the point of view of people in the U.S. government and point of view of people in Nigeria, both Biafrans and non-Biafrans. A lot of Nigerians, again, non-Biafrans, think that the Nigerian government's prosecution and life sentence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is completely ridiculous and absurd.
Yeah, I don't want to adjudicate.
Again, that's just one example to show you why what the Nigerian government says is just absurd.
That's right. I don't want to adjudicate those issues because we could have a different conversation on the judgment itself that was delivered 100 and something pages, but we could have a separate conversation on that one.
But that's just to answer your question, though. In terms
Yeah.
of
What I want to touch. Do you believe that Nnamdi Kanu did not commit any crime, or are you saying that the sanction was more than the crime he committed?
He did not commit any crime. He was agitating for the independence of Biafra. He had an organization, the Indigenous People of Biafra. He was a peaceful activist, and the government of Nigeria has not presented any convincing evidence regarding any crimes that he committed. You know, it seems that from the perspective of the government of Nigeria, simply having the viewpoint of supporting Biafran independence is a crime in and of itself. And I think that's just, again, completely absurd. People should have the right to free speech and the right to have different political viewpoints.
So what is the main leverage right now that the Biafran movement has as compared to the Republic of Nigeria, to the Federal Republic of Nigeria? Because the Biafran movement is actually advocating for independence, as you said. But at this material moment, it looks like President Trump is rather focused on bringing in sanity as regards Christians. So what leverage does the Biafran movement have to press the right buttons?
Well, we have a lot of support here in Washington, D.C. Again, there's certain things I can't go to due to their sensitivities, but we've met with senior people in Congress, in the White House, and other places as well. I think given the acknowledgement of the poor treatment of Christians in Nigeria, right, that there's a greater sympathy or openness towards having a separate Christian state in the south of the country, and in this case, Biafra. And the Biafrans, and I'll speak generally again because I can't go into private conversations, have a lot to offer the United States. The Biafrans have, as I'll talk about what's been mentioned in press reports, have offered military bases to the United States in the Gulf of Guinea. There are immense oil and gas deposits in Biafra. That's actually majority of Nigeria's oil and gas. The Biafrans will be more than happy to renegotiate more favorable contracts with U.S. oil and gas companies, cooperation with the U.S. government on counterterrorism, and other benefits. And the U.S. government is very much interested in having greater presence in West Africa. There have been a number of coups in the Sahel, Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. We've lost some of our military installations and bases in those countries. There's an interest in having alternative allies in West Africa to make up for those losses so we can maintain a presence. And Biafra offers an ideal place for the U.S. to have presence in the Gulf of Guinea. And unfortunately, because the Nigerian government has just proven to be so problematic, and there have been efforts over the years to try to work with the government of Nigeria, and it's just been not very fruitful. There's an openness now to alternative allies. I'll give you another analogy in a different part of the continent. We have in East Africa, Somalia, which has been a failed state for a long time. You have the separate de facto state of Somaliland, which is self-governing, but they're not recognized yet by the U.S. or the international community as an independent country. That being said, because Somaliland is developing good relations with the U.S., they've made open offers to the United States in terms of bases, port deals, natural resource deals. You've had key people in the U.S. government, especially in the U.S. Congress, advocating for the recognition of the independence of Somaliland. President Trump has talked about him looking at Somaliland, and I think it's very likely that the U.S. government will make a deal and recognize the independence of Somaliland sometime during President Trump's term. So there is currently, with the existing administration and Congress, an openness to engage in deal making in Africa, which presents an opportunity for, again, depending on the right circumstances, independence movements in Africa, depending on, again, the circumstances and what they're willing to offer the United States.
Yeah. So why do these deals leave African states their sovereignty and the economic development? Because from independence till today, we've seen African states losing all their natural resources and their wealth generation to superpowers. And it sounds like these countries are offering all this to the United States to come continue the journey. So where do we stand? Look at Niger. All the uranium is gone, but there is no electricity in Niger. Nigeria, the oil and gas is all gone, but there is no consequential development. And then what I'm hearing from you is that is going to continue with the United States?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You make a good point in terms of, I think a lot of Africans have been exploited by what we could call neocolonialism, where even after, let's say, countries become quote unquote independent, they're still under undue influence by former colonial powers. I think one of the most controversial being France. And oftentimes the issue with some of the former European colonists, whether it's the French or the Belgium or some of these other powers, is they do business with their former colonies in a way that's exploitative, oftentimes trying to prop up puppet dictators, engaging in economic deals that are bad for those countries that are exploitative. That's not what I'm advocating for, and that is not what the U.S. is advocating for. In fact, I think a greater U.S. presence can offer an alternative for African governments to both kind of these neo-colonialist former powers, as well as an alternative to both the Russians and Chinese. And the way that the U.S. is, it's not this exploitative colonial model, but rather a business style model in which the U.S. can come and say, hey, how can we help make investments in your country such that we could both deepen our relations and we could both make money and prosper together. So the viewpoint is not in exploiting the countries or its natural resources, but rather having investments in these countries in which both the U.S. and those countries, whether it's the Biafrans or other places in Africa, where there can be a mutually benefit, where it could be a win-win situation. So
Yeah,
I want to say, I
the problem
agree
is the problem is when I listen to you talk, you say the Nigerians or the Biafrans and the Somalis and the Somalilanders are willing to offer the oil and gas and natural resources and ports for the U.S. to come in. But I didn't hear the other part where they are coming to invest in those countries so they can generate the wealth within those countries and create
that's exactly
jobs.
what I'm saying. Yeah, for where the U.S. can come in, but to make investments to help the Biafrans or let's say help Somaliland take advantage of their natural resources in such a way that the U.S. benefits, but those countries also benefit. And that's a much better model in terms of, let's say, what the Biafrans currently have, where their oil and gas are exploited by both these companies as well as the government of Nigeria, and none of the benefits of that wealth benefits the people of the area. So, we have I think we can have a situation where Biafra, that can determine its own destiny, can have friendships with countries like the United States that can make investments, right, in its oil and gas industries and other industries where the people of Biafra can finally benefit from their own wealth, their own natural resources. Of course, it'll be of a benefit to the United States as well. So it's a win-win situation.
Yeah, so far, what is the blueprint from the Biafran side that they're offering to the United States? Because, as you say, I understand President Trump's foreign policy is driven by national security and investment, which he considers to be economic security, both for the United States and for the foreign countries. But at this point, what is the kind of blueprint? If it is not confidential, tell us, what is the blueprint that Biafra is offering? Do they already have some numbers? Do they have what they're looking at and saying, okay, if we do this, Trump comes in and offers this, then our country is going to benefit by this? If not, wouldn't they be falling back into the situation that we find in Nigeria today?
Yeah, so we do have a blueprint. I'm just telling you the generalities of the blueprint, right? In terms of the areas in which we're already having discussions with the U.S., in terms of the oil and gas investments, U.S.-Biafra defense relations, and in terms of potential bases and also counterterrorism cooperation and other areas. So I could speak generally in terms of this is what we're offering. There are some more specific things, but again, I can't go into those particular details due to sensitivities, but I'm just telling you what the general items are, which some of this is in the news and public reports. We are having some more specific conversations. I can't go into those specifics.
All right. So what is the advantage of having a lobbyist in DC instead of doing or talking to these people yourselves? Because the senators, their doors are open to the public, open to their constituents. They listen to their constituents and receive them. Why should someone be hiring you to go talk on his behalf?
Yeah, so the way I would explain lobbying is similar to how you have a professional attorney that you hire to navigate you through the political process, through the legal process. You hire a lobbyist to help you navigate through the political process. And I think there's a term in law that any client who tries to represent themselves in court is foolish, right? There's this phrase for attorneys. And I know you have a legal background yourself. So someone can represent themselves, let's say in court or at trial, but they're better off having a professional attorney helping them through that process. The same thing goes for the political process, where the U.S. government is extraordinarily complicated to navigate, and people like myself have the knowledge and expertise as to how to navigate the U.S. government, and we provide advice and counsel to our clients in terms of how to best navigate through the U.S. government, who are the right people to meet with, and also how the information should be conveyed and what the message should be. So we act similar in a very similar way as attorneys do, and also people like myself. We have established relations with members of Congress. So a lot of members of Congress are people in the U.S. government. They know me. There's a certain comfort. There's a certain understanding that if I'm to introduce someone, let's say to a member of Congress, that person is vetted, that the cause that I'm representing is legitimate because I have these relations and I'm established here in Washington, D.C. So it produces a certain comfort to be introduced by a party that's known by both sides versus, let's say, someone approaches a member of Congress who they don't know who that person is, right? And the same thing applies to life in general. More comfortable when you're introduced to someone else by someone who you already know, who you have friendly relations with, who you trust. So I have established relations with members of Congress and other people in the U.S. government. They know me, they know my expertise, and that allows me to be essentially a facilitator between myself and these worthy causes. So I hope that gives some perspective.
It does give the perspective, and but it's expensive to hire a lobbyist to do this work in DC on your behalf, not being sure of the outcome.
It's an investment that I think should be viewed as a political investment, and it's something that's very effective. That's why so many countries and international causes hire lobbyists. And I think given the results that we've achieved, and this is not just me saying it, senior officials in the government of Nigeria have openly attacked me and have blamed my lobbying and so forth. So even the Nigerian government itself, you could say, has acknowledged the effectiveness of my lobbying, although they're not happy about it, whereas my client is happy about it. So I think clients can decide the effectiveness of the services given the results. In this case, we've achieved, I think, significant results. And in fact, there's even a tweet, I forget by who, but there's a tweet online that went viral, 500,000 tweets, saying, the lobbying campaign that our firm engaged on behalf of the Biafrans was one of the best returns on investment in history, which I think was a little bit flowery. But, clients can judge, and people can generally judge in terms of, whether or not a lobbyist is achieving results and influencing opinion or not.
So Biafrans are already happy while they have not yet had their independence? You say, is that what you're telling me?
Well, Biafrans are happy about the results we're achieving, but we're still working towards the goal. Achieving a newly independent state in Africa or anywhere takes time. We've engaged in our lobbying campaign. I've been involved in representing the Biafrans for a little bit more than a year now. In the cases of some countries, it's taken decades for them to obtain their freedom and independence. So we've achieved a lot in a short period of time, and we're working towards the goal. These things don't happen magically overnight, and anyone who says that they're going to achieve a newly independent state overnight is not a serious person, in my opinion. Statecraft takes time, especially if you want to do it the right way.
I don't want to go so much into that. That was not the focus of our conversation today. But you've mentioned the Biafrans and Somaliland that are advocating for independence. And the Ambazonian movement is linked with the Biafran movement. And the leaders of the Ambazonian movement and the leaders of the Biafran movement are in jail. Do you have any relationship with the Ambazonian movement?
Yes, so I also have experience with the Ambazonian movement. I am the lobbyist here in Washington, D.C. for the Ambazonian Governing Council, and so I have an understanding of the Ambazonian cause as well. And, it's something that has relations to Biafra, as you said, because Amazonia and Biafra, those regions border each other, and some of the Biafran groups have collaboration with Amazonian groups.
And are you proud that you're putting yourself in the middle of a region that is likely being destabilized in Africa?
Well, the way I view it is I hope I could play a constructive role in terms of coming to positive conclusions in these issues, because I think if you don't have, let's say, any sort of international interest or U.S. mediation, let's say, for example, in the case of Cameroon, you've had the Anglophone crisis for the past, I think, 9 years now, and it hasn't gotten the attention that it deserves. I think highlighting the issues to the U.S. and the international community and trying to get some interest in terms of resolving the problem that can be helpful. So I view myself as trying to have a positive role in in an area that has had conflict and instability, and trying to be constructive, because otherwise some of these conflicts will continue to be neglected and the problems will just continue to worsen.
So President Trump is on record as saying he has resolved at least eight conflicts around the world, and he wants to prevent other conflicts. If you were to advise President Trump about conflicts, let's say you meet President Trump today and you were to talk to him about conflicts in Africa, what are the 3 top conflicts you're going to talk to him about?
Yes, so obviously I would talk to him about the Amazonia, Cameroon conflict, the Anglophone crisis. I think President Trump, who has negotiated 8 or so peace agreements or negotiations, that would be a perfect place where he could be a mediator. Obviously, I would talk to him about Biafra and our interest in, having the U.S. play a role in deal making with Biafra. You mentioned a third. There are a number of conflicts that could also be highlighted. You have what's happening in Sudan, for example. President Trump has indicated that he now wants to get involved in resolving the conflict in Sudan, and I commend him for that. So I think Sudan is something I would mention. You've also have had a tremendous amount of instability in Central African Republic. That's another place he could look into as well. So those are other areas that I think the president should look into. And again, I'm very pleased now that President Trump, in a tweet or Truth Social, the president enjoys social media, has finally mentioned what's happening in Sudan, which has been, again, one of those areas that has been neglected. A big part of the problem is some of these conflicts just receive absolutely no attention, and people are suffering. And I think just having some attention to these issues is so important. So I think if the president can play a positive role in negotiating the situation in Sudan, I think that'll be a great win for his administration. He's already, the President Trump has already tried to broker deals between Rwanda and Democratic Republic of Congo. So I commend these efforts and engagements, and they should continue with these efforts and engagements.
All right. You say you are the lobbyist and you speak to these people. What about a situation where one side has a lobbyist and the other side has a lobbyist? How does that play out? Because I don't think it's like a situation where you go to court, you have the prosecution and the defense, and they argue following specific laws, specific procedures, and then based on the law to have an outcome. So if there are 2 different lobbyists on the cause arguing 2 different stories, how do you play that out?
That's a very good point, and it happens quite often here in Washington, D.C., where you have lobbyists, let's say, representing the opposite sides, right, of a particular issue. And what's needed in that situation is to present the better argument. And I think a member of Congress has the right, or any U.S. government official has the right, to listen to both sides and see what makes more sense and make their best judgment. And so that's how those situations play out. And again, someone like myself or any other lobbyist cannot guarantee what a U.S. government official will do. And anyone who says that is, again, not being genuine. But what we can do is present our best arguments to the decision makers, make sure they have the information. They could then process information from possibly the opposing side and then make their own judgments and come to their own conclusions. So again, this sometimes happens here in Washington, and I think that's perfectly fine. I think we should have a healthy competition of ideas, and then U.S. officials can make their own best judgment.
All right. I want to give you a hypothetical here. It's a practical example, and I hear how that plays out. Cameroon on October 12th had presidential elections. The Constitutional Council declared Paul Biya the winner, that is the incumbent president. Issa Chiruma on the other side published results from the polling stations, and those results showed he won. But the Constitutional Council and the elections management body have not published the results polling station by polling station. Now, if you are hired to represent Chiruma to make a case to the United States Senate and government, what would be your best strategy?
Well, what I would say is, and again, these are things that I already highlight in my capacity of representing the Amazonians. But Paul Biya has been a longtime dictator in Africa. He's 93 now. He wants to be president until I think he's 100, which I think will be a record. And Cameroon, under his tenure, has not had free and fair elections. They've been Cameroonians, whether they be Amazonians or other Cameroonians, have had a history of being oppressed under the Biya dictatorship. And I think the Cameroonian opposition, individuals such as Chiroma, can make the argument that a democratic Cameroon will be better for the people of Cameroon and will also create a situation of a healthier Cameroon that will be a better partner for the United States that can help stabilize the situation within Cameroon. Part of the reason why you've had instability in the country, whether it's the Anglophone crisis or other problems, is because of the mismanagement of the Biya government. And I think Cameroon in opposition can make the argument to the United States that many of the problems in Cameroon could be resolved if you had a friendly, democratic government which can resolve the problems of the people instead of the situation with the Biya regime where there's suppression and then you have revolts and all these other problems that have come as a reaction to that. So I think there's a persuasive case at this moment that the opposition could make, and you have members of especially members of Congress like the Senate Foreign Relations Chairman who are skeptical of the Biya regime and others. Yeah, the Biya regime has many critics in the U.S. for their lack of democracy and many other problems.
And if Biya's lobbyist comes in and says, we have a stable government that has stabilized the country for the last 43 years, and we are critical for the stability of the Gulf of Guinea, if we change the system, there is a high probability that the country may go into full-blown crisis, considering the case of the Northwest and the Southwest and the North and the East. And if they say they have held some balance for all this while, and that is what they need for the country right now, how would you counter such an argument?
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they would say. But what I would say is, again, the situation has completely come out of control. Under the Biya regime, the situation in the country is not stable, as we've seen with the Anglophone crisis, and that's because of policies of the Biya government. And also, too, he's 93 years old. He doesn't have much more time. You know, his end is inevitable given his age. Regardless, there's going to be a change because at some point,
So if he's going to amend the constitution because he has a majority in parliament and appoint a vice president who takes over from him to ensure continuity, what would you say?
Well, what I would say is there are many people who are dissatisfied with this style of the Biya regime, which is autocratic in nature. And there are many people in Cameroon that would like to experience true democracy. And so I think that's something that should be given a chance. And I think it will be a beacon of hope, especially a country that's important like Cameroon. If it were to have a transition to democracy, I think that would be a positive development in the region. So I think there's an argument that can be made and should be made there by the Cameroonian opposition.
Thank you so much, Elias, for coming to the Beyond Africa podcast. Do you have any last word for our viewers?
Yeah, well, it's a pleasure to be here with you. What I say is this is a very interesting time in the continent. I think some of these liberation movements, like the Biafra independence movement and other pro-democracy causes in the continent, should be receiving more attention. I'm glad that some of these issues are receiving attention, but I think more attention needs to be paid to Africa. Africa is often overlooked, even though it's so critical and so important. And so I appreciate the role that your program has in terms of creating additional awareness and appreciation for Africa. And it's a pleasure to be on your program.
Thank you so much. We seek to give in-depth time to actors who are discussing and managing issues on Africa, because traditional media does not give that amount of time, and we want to have all perspectives on the news, so we share those views. For example, the news would go on saying there is no genocide in Nigeria, but irrespective of the term that has been used, what is important is there is violence and there is need for security because the government is failing. And when we have such conversations, we have a different view of what is happening around the world. And that is the essence of the Beyond Africa podcast. We are here to tell African stories to change lives in Africa. And thank you again for coming to the Beyond Africa podcast, Elias Jerasulis. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for watching. What a time to be alive, and what a time to follow African politics. I have been your host, Ngalim Bernard. See you in the next episode of the Beyond Africa podcast.
I resume my function as President of the Council. I now give the floor to the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for chairing this important meeting. Thank you to our briefers, Secretary General Guterres, and ECOWAS Commission President Dr. Touré. Colleagues, as we speak, Al-Qaeda affiliated terrorists in the Sahel have paralyzed Mali with a fuel blockade. Colleagues, the situation is dire there. We see Al-Qaeda aiming to take over the entire country. The United States acknowledges the counterterrorism efforts of the Malian armed forces against these and other terrorist organizations such as ISIS, Sahel, but the situation is worsening quickly. We remained deeply concerned about the incidents of kidnapping, the incidents of hostage-taking across the Sahel as a means to finance these terrorist activities. Unfortunately, since the veto of the UN sanctions regime in 2023, it has been deeply disappointing to see Mali's security situation continue to deteriorate. That decision removed critical tools from the international community that it relied on to promote accountability and to promote stability. And the result has been an uptick, a massive surge in violence, has been a shrinking space for dialogue and growing risk for civilians across the country and across the region. The terrorist threats are not only intensifying, they are spreading, they are shifting southward, as evidenced by the terrorist attacks we've seen in Benin and Togo. But particularly, the United States is concerned and outraged by the ongoing slaughter of thousands of Christians in Nigeria by various ethnic militias in the Middle Belt, as well as terrorists like Boko Haram and ISIS West Africa in the north. It is tragic and it is unacceptable. Churches are burning, villages are being razed, thousands are killed, clergy murdered simply for wearing a cross, for being a Christian, for daring to say they worship Jesus as Christ. Just yesterday, 25 little girls were kidnapped from their school, and one school official murdered trying to protect them, from Maga Comprehensive Girls Secondary School in Kebbi State. Colleagues, this is happening. It's undeniable, and it's unacceptable. The United States condemns these attacks in the strongest terms, and it demands accountability. And as President Trump has made clear, we will not stand by while such atrocities are happening in Nigeria. The government of Nigeria must take immediate steps and do more to increase security, respond to early warnings, end impunity, and address the drivers of violence. And colleagues, we need to see African leadership on these matters, and we need to see a coordinated response among all countries in the region. The situation is critical. The United States will continue to work with regional partners to counter these common threats. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the representative of the United States for the statement. I now give the floor to the representative of China.
James, and I want to thank him. In February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact, as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question, how has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yalwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Committee, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yalwada massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now. Mr. Pratt, a direct question. Do you believe, in your professional assessment, that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists?
I do not believe that the government of Nigeria has been infiltrated by jihadists.
Okay, because when you look at the selective enforcement of the rule of law, one might question if there are any favoritism or looking the other way when groups are being specifically targeted, despite the fact as my colleague Mr. Moore mentioned, not enforcing the rule of law with regard to weapons. My next question. How has the Nigerian government reacted since President Trump's country of particular concern designation announcement?
They have taken the designation very seriously. There is a senior delegation here now. They will meet with the most senior officials of the U.S. government this week. And we have already demarched the government in Abuja and here in Washington on the action plan. And I can say that the results so far have been positive in terms of cooperation.
The Nigerian government needs to do more to address this issue themselves, but what measures are being taken to assist Nigeria to increase its focus on persecution, particularly in the Middle Belt?
Yeah, so thank you for your question, Congressman James. As you mentioned, the Middle Belt is a particular concern. That's where Christians, you mentioned Yalwada, where 250 or 280 Christians were killed, massacred. They were targeted because they were Christians. Churches have been burned there. There have been internally displaced people there. And so we're reviewing all options at the State Department, including Chairman Smith, you mentioned our bureau, we have Global Magnitsky Act sanctions. We have other tools at our disposal as well to make sure that Nigeria, the Nigerian government gets the message that we are serious about the persecution of Christians and other communities as well, but particularly Christians right now who are suffering disproportionately in the Middle Belt.
Thank you for your answer, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for having me again. God bless you, and good luck. I'm here for you.
Thank you, Committee, James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back.
It's good to have you once again on Voice of Biafra Television. And you're all welcome to this very evening. I bring you warm greetings from the Biafra Republic government in exile to the entire world and the lovers of Biafra. This week has been a week of success to the Biafran people. First, Congressman James, a key and a leading figure in U.S. Congress, who have had series of diplomatic engagement with the Biafran people, represented by the Brgie Prime Minister, submitted something very remarkable in the U.S. Congress, demanding a voice for Biafra, demanding the freedom of the Biafran people, depicting the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, citing the repression against Biafran people by Nigerian terrorist government. The intervention of the U.S. government on Biafran prisoners is well appreciated by the Biafran Republic government in exile through the office of the Prime Minister. This week has been very useful and very remarkable in the history of Biafran people. And we count it as a gift to the Biafran Heroes Memorial ceremony that we just conducted on the 30th of May. It did not just stop there. There is another big news again from Dr. Michael Rubin. You all know Dr. Michael Rubin. If you don't know him, then you are an enemy of the Biafran people and the enemy of the successes of Biafra Republic government in exile. Yesterday, being the 3rd of June, Dr. Michael Rubin appeared in the U.S. Congress to testify in Congress, and Biafra was part of his testimony, calling on the American government to recognize the genocide that Nigeria has committed long before now, and the repetition that is exponentially here, and the actions that could be taken to term more genocide that may come. Because the international community did ignore entirely the genocide that all these foreign governments have committed before. Because of their diplomatic engagement, they sweep it under the carpet. You see countries that have committed genocide on the minority people in their countries, and then their international allies just move on. They use something to cover their blood, business interests. Honorable Dr. Michael Rubin, yesterday in U.S. congressional hearing, testified and called on the American government to the reasons why they have to recognize the Biafran genocide, the Biafran quest of independence, the Biafran resurgence today, and why they must not ignore, because there is a very big danger that is coming ahead. So this week has been a very great week. And maybe by next week, I will be having some guests in the studio to discuss some of these blueprints that have been on the media sphere in favor of the Biafra Republic government in exile. And tonight, I welcome you all to Voice of Biafra.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last. From the east to the world.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of freedom, the voice of justice, and the voice of the people that have been oppressed, the people that have been massacred, and the people that have been slaughtered. I've seen many people on the social media throughout the day. Some of them say, oh, the Yoruba people owe the indigenous people of Biafra an apology. The Middle Beltans owe the indigenous people of Biafra apology. Some of them say the Yoruba people owes Mazi Nnamdi Kanu apology. Your apology does not change the fact that you laid the path to destroy innocent babies, women, and children of Biafra. who were slaughtered in their mother's womb. Your apology cannot bring back those babies. Your apology at this time is not very important. It is useless to the Biafran people. What is of more essence is for you to pick up arms to defend yourself against the Islamic jihadist terrorists that are in your communities. So, it is no more about the Biafran people, because you all made it look like a case of Biafra in Nigeria. We took the stand to preach the message and to call on the subconsciousness of everybody to wake up and to face the reality that was coming to consume their babies, women, and children. But you all betrayed our call and our cause. You took it to be just a call. You rejected the message and you trampled on the messenger, which happens to be the Biafran people. Today, when Nigerian government brings out statistics of insecurity in Nigeria, they see that the Biafran territory is more and most secure territory in the contraption of Nigeria. This has been the sacrifice of the Biafra Republic of Montenegro. You all mocked at us. You sent many of us to prison. And you are still working to even send our Prime Minister to prison. Tinubu is canvassing in America, writing letters, hiring lobbyists, going to the Department of Justice in America, going to FBI, going to all the bodies in America for them to kidnap or to send Mazi Okenkere to them in Nigeria or to push him into prison so that the Islamization agenda in Nigeria can prevail. Because Okenkere has come and become very stubborn and stood on the way after they kidnapped the previous leaders that were leading Biafra. And many of you are facilitating and giving more information that Nigerian government needs to bring us down because of the Biafra that we are fighting for everybody. Then some of you will come out and then start doing crocodile tears of, oh, we owe IPOB apology. Oh, we owe Mazin Africano apology. Oh, we owe indigenous people of Biafra apology. Oh, we owe Kechukum Kere apology. Crocodile tears, lip services, backstabbers, evil people, jealousy people, people that have been invested with maggot mindset, who is only to deteriorate everything that you try to make better. Your apology cannot save any situation because the terrorists have surrounded all of you. Yes, they have surrounded all of you. I'll do well to show you some of the photos tonight. And they have surrounded all of you. Your shouting and lamentation cannot save you this time. It's not about shouting and lamentation. It's about your ability to face the terrorists. Are you ready to face them? If you like, come and be doing apology to Biafra government in Israel, or Biafra, or indigenous people of Biafra, or our opinion that you want to send to prison because of fighting for Biafra, because of fighting for the release of other Biafrans that are inside prison, or come and do apology and turn your head upside down. That does not change the mindset of the Fulani terrorists. You know what? What you should be doing is to brazen up. Be ready to face the real terrorists because they are here and they are looking for all of you to take out. He said, if you do good, you do for yourself. You do bad, you do for yourself. Many of you claim you are IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra. I saw Okechukwu on social media. Okechukwu says he is IPOB, Indigenous Person of Biafra. But Okechukwu cannot present to you any evidence of his support of Biafra government in exile, which he is supporting or fighting for or helping to annex Biafra, that same IPOB that he claims to be in Washington, D.C. Okechukwu can go to Washington, D.C. and do protests for Nigeria continuity, for one Nigeria to be. But Okechukwu cannot do fundraising, or you cannot see Okechukwu come and carry Biafra flag to join Biafra. You cannot see him come and speak for Biafra. His appearance in Washington, D.C., which you saw here, was for one Nigeria. Okechukwu's appearance was for one Nigeria. Look at it. Do you see this? We just met last week at the White House. We do have a plan. We do have a strategy. Things are moving in the right direction and they are going to start to speed up at some point. Congressman rally more on the ongoing U.S. intervention to end Christian genocide in Nigeria. It is about Nigeria. You cannot see them come and meet Okechukwu Nkere and say, how are we doing to add up to support the Biafra? He's in the USO. When he see where Okechukwu Nkere is going and when he's coming for congressional briefing that will have to talk about Biafra, anything that will have to spotlight, you will not see him there. Any day there is anything that has to do with Nigeria, for the posterity of Nigeria and for Nigeria to continue, you see him. But when you go to social media, he's the one claiming to be more IPOB than you. You see, these are the things that we said. After the congressional briefing of Christian genocide, you see all of them, they gather there because it is about Nigeria. After the 30th of May, you all saw them. They carry Biafra flag. They claim to be more Biafra like you during the 30th of May. Now, can you see them come up to say they want to support Biafra in any way? No, it is just lip services that they do to make noise during that time of the 30th of May. While Okechukwu Nkere and BRGIE, the lobbies and the attorney, Dabiri, are carrying Biafra on their head, preaching to the U.S. congressmen and women, moving from one meeting to another. Somebody like Dr. Michael Rubin, who is not a Biafran, is the one going to the U.S. Congress to spotlight Biafra, to testify for Biafra in the U.S. Congress. Yet, you have thousands and millions of Biafrans in America who ignores the Biafran call. But on the day of the 30th May of Heroes, you saw all of them exhumed from the graveyard. They made noise everywhere in the media They created the highest of awareness. The entire world were seeing Biafra flag everywhere. Everybody claimed Biafra. They claim Biafra, they pay tribute to Biafra, they make noise about Biafra. But now, we need people to actually come out to support Biafra financially. When you sit down and see Michael Rubin speak in the US Congress, highlighting Biafra, do you think that he just woke up from his bed with no intuition of education or information or somebody engaging him, then he just go and then start speaking about Biafra? No. There's somebody that is doing work. There's somebody that is going about putting the puzzle in places to connect to the game of Biafra being spoken of in US Congress. Some of you maybe think that US congressmen will call on Prime Minister of Biafra Republic of Venezuela and say, come to Congress, come and stand there and talk to Biafra and talk about Biafra from beginning to the end. No, that is not how things are done. It is other people that needs to sit down, that you have briefed about Biafra, that will bring the Biafra on the table of discussion. Gradually, it becomes a common talk show to every of the congressmen. If Congressman James brought Biafra to the Congress in November 2025, and the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic of Venezuela in June 2025 brought congressional testimony of Biafra to the US. Then on September 18, 2025, brought a live testimony of briefing to the US Congress. Tell me now, from that standpoint, why other congressmen and think tank groups in America will not be elevating Biafra gradually. But when an idiot like this is going to the US to meet the US lawmakers and is going to uplift Nigeria, is going to talk about Nigeria all his life. This is the same Okechukwu, when Simon Ekpa was here, who was attacking Simon Ekpa. Why? Because of our template and ideology of Biafra independence. When we said no elections in Biafra land, take your elections to the Kafanchan, take your elections to Nigerian territory. Because Nigerian elections is not going to bring us anything. It is just to pave way for the continuation of the 1914 amalgamation of Britain. The British designed contraption, the business of Britain, continues. These are the people that came out and fought us very hard. For who? For Peter Obi. Peter Obi that was given to them by Britain. And they were very okay to see that Peter Obi is given to them by Britain. They were very okay that Britain write a script and then give the scripts to them and then call on one of them and say, go and play the script. And then they were very happy to be the one to play the script. None of them cares about how you will do or what you are doing in Washington, D.C. for Biafra to come. But on the social media, they claim that they are the real Biafrans. Real Biafrans with no support to the real cause of your independence. Few weeks ago, he was in Abuja to celebrate Nigerian Nollywood actors' nonsense. Nigerian Nollywood actors are people that are denigrating the culture and tradition of the Biafran people. You will not see Nigerian Nollywood actors act a movie that is depicting Islamic jihad, that is exposing Islamic jihad. Rather, what you see Nigerian Nollywood actors who are predominantly Biafrans, what you will see them act is to portray that Igbo people are doing money rituals, that they sell their mother and sell their father, and then they use them to do money rituals. And they do witchcraft. These are the kind of things Nollywood has been brought about to be projecting about your culture. So when they do this kind of movies and they sell it out, what do you think your culture looks like out there in the eyes of the people? And all of you are promoting the nonsense. When they all saw that BBC was preparing a documentary on surviving Biafra, they all came out from the bush and were making noise. Even the foolish man they call Ejimako, the one that claims to be the lawyer of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a lawyer, he saw a documentary publicity that has not been released. You don't know the context. And then he was the one that launched the thing in the media and say, oh, Biafran people, Yoruba person cannot read or write your history or tell your story. He pushed their attack dogs and they went out to the media and started mesmerizing themselves. You guys really disgrace yourselves. The same Ejimako that came to push and say Yoruba person cannot work with BBC to tell your story of Biafra. How many stories of Biafra did Ejimako write before the Yoruba journalists decided to compile and bring something very skeptical and inquisitive? No, nothing. The only thing they can write is for them to come and ask you for money. They'll come and read, we have filed the case of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have filed the case in Abuja. We have filed the case in Sokoto. We have filed the case in Enugu. From 2021 to now, they cannot deliver anything. So the man had to relieve all of them of their duties. He stand in the court to defend himself, yet they are collecting salary. Even when the man is sent to Sokoto, they cannot do anything in court to see that their client is not transferred from a safe zone to a dangerous zone. Why did they transfer him to a dangerous zone? So that when the terrorists want to start killing people, they will kill him there, right? Awolowo was to be killed by the Northerners, a Yoruba man. When he was sentenced to prison, they wanted to put him in the north. Biafrans said, no, you cannot take Awolowo to the northern prison. They will kill him because they see him as enemy. Because the north is already in fury against the south. Send him to Biafran prison, where he is not seen as enemy or as a threat, so that his security will be secure. Did anybody alter it? No. He was sent to Biafran prison. He stayed there until when it was time that we released the animal. And the plan was to make the animal the Prime Minister of Nigeria. So when the animal came out, they made him Commissioner of Finance of Nigeria. he turned back against the Biafran people. So all these useless lawyers that wear wigs and call themselves names, you can't even secure that your client will not be sent to a prison in a dangerous zone. Anyway, if you could not secure anything for him inside the court, is it for you to now secure where he will be kept in prison? That shows how useless you are. The only thing that is important to you people is to keep him in prison and turn him to a manicure. Turn him to a museum article so that everybody will be going to prison to look at him. And then you'll be collecting money from everybody. The day you want to go to Sokoto, it will now become as if you are traveling to America. You call the entire people in America, Canada, UK. Call them in Europe, ask them for money. Oh, give us money, we have to go to Sokoto prison to go and do. It becomes a merchandise. I've not seen any of you write a story about Biafra. The BBC was to release a story about Biafra, and all of you started making noise in the media. Some of you are very good at making noise, but to bring something tangible to the table becomes very useless. You can make the noise when you are not even given the permission. You will take the credit for making noise only, but bring something to the table. Nothing to show. The story that you people are good in telling is backstabbing, propaganda, blackmail, and slander. Working and reading the script of Nigerian terrorist government and the script of the UK and European government. That is how UK is using Peter Obi to confuse all your brains, while all your distraction will now go to Peter Obi. And he is working for Tinubu, but he is brought in to deviate your attention. So when you now push half of your attention to him, Tinubu gains the ground. At the end of the day, you make nothing out of it. Tinubu will now garner all the support that he needs. It is the script of UK. UK uses the script to walk past and to continue going. This is how it happened in 2023. In 2023, UK gave you Peter Obi and used him to confuse all of you. Why driving the traffic to Peter Obi? UK is preparing Tinubu. So Obi works on diverting your focus while creating more support for Tinubu. Few weeks ago, who is the person that hosted Tinubu? Is it not the UK royal cast? They hosted Tinubu. The same UK is where the Prime Minister called Peter Obi and gave him a handshake and gave him a mandate. Go and become a distractor to the Nigerian election. Do it to destroy the brains and minds of the Biafran people, so that some of them will not go and support Biafra. So that at the end of the day, Nigeria will be shrunk in percentage and APC will be declared as the winner of the elections. The same Chatham House that all of you go to before you become president of Nigeria is where Obi goes to be grilled. Is where Tinubu goes to be grilled. You did not see UK invite Tinubu the same time they invited Peter Obi. That is to show you the disparity in what they are doing. They invite them openly, they invite them through the back door. So the one that they invite openly and show you the video, oh, all of you will go crazy. While they play the underground game with the other one. Today, where are all of you? I don't know why you are all crying today. You don't need to be crying because Nigerian terrorists have not started yet. Nigerian terrorists are just preparing the ground. In 2024, who had thought that it would degenerate to this point now, where you are? In 2022, that was when the U.S. files of Tinubu narcotic crimes surfaced on the media. You were all informed not to. We take a short break.
No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise, standing for the people, opening.
Thank you so much. And welcome back. In 2022, that was when the narcotic files of Tinubu surfaced from America. And you were all warned not to vote Tinubu into power. Nigerian citizens, were you not fighting the Biafran people because of cautioning you not to make Tinubu your president? Were you not fighting the Biafran people when we canvassed for no elections of Nigeria in Biafra land? So there is no amount of persuasion of any kind that is good for you people, Nigerian people. All you just need to be seeing is fire for fire. You love fire for fire. When the terrorists are taking you people down, you love it that way. Because you love the corrupt leaders to be in power, because some of you are benefiting from it. Now, the terrorists are here and they are coming in full force. The toddlers that were kidnapped in their schools, the terrorists now says for them to release these toddlers. Those pupils that were kidnapped in their schools, Nigerian-sponsored terrorists, says for them to be released, they want Nigerian government to implement Sharia law in Nigeria. And after they implement Sharia law, they should give them more money, and then they should give them more weapons, and then they will release the babies, the children that were picked up in their schools. These are the demands of the Islamic jihadist terrorists, recruited and paid by Nigerian government on a daily basis. Have you seen how Nigerian government are recruiting them? And how they are also rehabilitating them and reintegrating them into their military formations and the society. Most of the videos that have circulated on the social media for the past 72 hours has been videos of most of these rehabilitated terrorists which has been given military regalia and has been given police regalia, has been given naval regalia, Air Force regalia, civil defense regalia. You even see road safety regalia, you even see Amotekun regalia. We saw one that they removed Nigerian Army uniform on him. The same person, he wore Amotekun uniform. The same person wore road safety uniform. I think he also wore police uniform. So what are you supposed to understand there? When they go on the rampage, when they go to kidnap the babies, women, and children in schools, just like when you remember when let me see if I can see the video. When the Nigerian government were grilling the chief of staff or minister of defense, when they were grilling the minister of defense in the Senate, they were asking a question. Who orders the withdrawal of the military personnel from the school where our children were kidnapped? And the military personnel were ordered to withdraw from the school few minutes before the terrorists invaded the school. These are some of the questions that were asked inside that Senate grilling that day. I'm looking for the video. I want to bring it to the screen. Even if I don't find it now, I'll look for the video and bring it later. Yes. This is the Nigeria that you find yourself. When terrorists are wearing military uniforms, tell me, on that very day when they are asking this question and say, who ordered the withdrawal of the terrorists from the school before the real terrorists invaded and kidnapped the children? It's very simple to answer now. Do you know how simple it is to answer? How simple it is to answer now is that if Nigerian government recruit these terrorists and put them back inside the military formations, they give them uniform to wear, they give them ranks and they pay them salary. Now the question is, why wouldn't these terrorists be posted on duty? Why wouldn't these same terrorists be posted on duty and then when they are posted on duty, when these terrorists are posted on duty in the schools where our babies school on daily basis, these terrorists now in uniform will now be working as informants to their other terrorists that are actually coming to kidnap our children in the school. So on the other end coming, they will communicate together. So the ones that were sent to come and mount here as officers on duty, this is how they will discharge. They will discharge few minutes before the other ones that are to come to launch the attack will now invade the school. Do you now understand? I'm also going to look for that video and bring it. But let me play the video from the Nigerian Senate first.
Should have asked had been asked. But it's to say to you, based on where you're coming from, the commendations and accolades that you've gotten from my colleagues, is to say to you that I will be requesting the Senate to give you like what had not been done before. You will be approved, but in principle it will be probational. If within the first 6 months these sensitive questions are not brought to bear in the affirmative, where is Brigadier General who authorized the withdrawal of soldiers 30 minutes before the operation that saw to the kidnapping of the MAGA, 25 children in MAGA, and etc., are not answered, or no progress is seen by the Senate, by extension the country, because the Senate is the country. We represent Nigerians here. If those are not taken care of within the first 6 months, this same Senate that members have applauded you, commended you, and will approve you, the same Senate will call on the President to send you packing, so that any other person that is saddled with the responsibility that you are saddled or will be saddled with, which quote and unquote will be within the sphere of security responsibilities, will sit up when and if such a person is saddled with the responsibility you are saddled with. To this, or with this, once more I congratulate you and I caution you to have, I don't know if you play polo, because you are not a polo player, I would have known, but in the affirmative, where is Brigadier General who authorized the withdrawal of soldiers 30 minutes before the operation that saw to the kidnapping of the MAGA, 25 children in MAGA, and
Where is the Brigadier General that withdrew the military troops from that very school where our children were kidnapped? Few minutes before the real terrorists that were to carry out the onslaught came, the ones that were posted there, who are recruited and rehabilitated Boko Haram terrorists that now serves the Nigerian army, had communication, and those ones withdrew, while the real ones that are to come and carry out the onslaught came in 30 minutes before. Where is that Brigadier General? Up to today, the Nigerian government have not brought out that Brigadier General. This same Senate said they are going to have Musa on probation. I want to ask all of you, is it not over 6 months now? They said it's going to be 6 months. You will listen to Senate President, he will also be crying and lamenting also. After I finish the cry and the lamentation, you will also see him singing the praises of Nigeria. He will sing the praises of Nigeria today. You will see, I will also play the video. I think our COS to the Prime Minister is the one that exported that video in the video that he made earlier today. I'll play it here today so that you will see what is happening. Where is the brigadier general that commanded the troops to withdraw from that school where our children were kidnapped? So what you should now be worried about is, what is it about this brigadier general? Or what is it about these people? And how do they come in there to now be the topic or the issue of the day? I am going to show you. Yes, you need to understand how they come to be and why they become the talk of the town and how it all started. Because if you don't understand the beginning of something, how will you now suddenly be looking for the end or finding out solution? No, you need to understand first. When you understand, before you now start going where you want to go. Yes. Now let us look at the videos of how these brigadiers or brigadiers or the Acadias, these terrorists, and they call them brigadiers. Let us see how they carry out that kind of act so that you will understand. Because they did not just wake up from the toilet to carry out the act. So when this question was posed in the Senate, they said they are going to give Musa 6 months. Till today, 6 months have gone. Nobody is talking about it again. Now, how many more babies have been kidnapped now? The one that they did before, they have buried it. They don't want to talk about it again. That very brigadier that they said they should bring out, oh, they are not interested in even seeing the brigadier again. Now they are talking about releasing the new children that have been kidnapped recently. This is the Nigeria that you all worked for now, and are so happy to have as Nigeria. Many of you are very happy to even say, I'm in Nigeria. You carry that useless passport and you'll be making noise in the media. You will not even allow somebody to hear what. Wait, I'm going to bring a terrorist to show you how they do it. Because you'll be asking the question, oh, how is this happening? No. These ones are asking their own here in the Senate. Since when they asked, did they get answer? No. They did not get any answer. They said they are going to use 6 months to get the answer. Musa is more than 6 months in the office. The other day, we saw Musa doing political campaign. Musa is no more so concerned about security affairs. Musa delves so much into politics nowadays. But when you people see Okechukwu Nkere, the Prime Minister of Brgie, doing his work in Washington, D.C., you guys want to go about to bring him down. Tinubu is liaising with many of you to see that Okechukwu Nkere is kidnapped or imprisoned or locked up in America. Why? Not because he committed any crime, but because he decides to fight for Biafra for you and I. Yes. Because he decides to fight for Biafra for you and I. And many of you are very, very okay when you are playing the red card to please Nigeria or to serve as a tool to Nigeria while trying to bring down Biafra Prime Minister. I weep for many of you. The person that they were looking for, I want to show you when this man is asking the question here in Congress, in Nigerian Senate. This is how the generals or the brigadier or the brigadier or the field marshal, the terrorists that commanded their fellow terrorists to dislodge while they now bring in the other ones to come and kidnap the children. 6 months is gone. Musa is still enjoying his work and going. Nobody cares about the children again. Nobody cares about where is that brigadier general that commanded the troops to leave the school 30 minutes before the other set of terrorists came to kidnap the children. Nobody is asking about it again. Do you know how and do you know why? Because they use them for this. Now, look at this video. Now, you are wondering what is happening here. Let me explain what is happening here. This is a terrorist that has been captured, a recruited one, a rehabilitated one, the one that the Nigerian government put inside their military formations. This is how it happened in that very school. When they say in the Nigerian Senate, where is the military general or brigadier general or the terrorist commander that withdrew the troops in the school 30 minutes before the babies, the children, were kidnapped in that school by another invasion of another set of terrorist groups? When they are asking, where is that brigadier general? None of them is giving the answer. Musa is not giving the answer. They cannot bring the person out. Because it is like this. It is like this that they come about those brigadiers, those generals that were supervising that school. The question is, why were those generals in that school in the first place? They said they were there to train the children. The same school that they were there to train the children is while they are training, when they now dislodge in 30 minutes, then their other hand of terrorist groups, they came to that very school to now kidnap the children there. Since when the Nigerian terrorists in uniform did not go to that school to go and train those children, the terrorists did not come and kidnap them all. The same day, the minute they now came to say they want to train them, after they trained them, after 30 minutes, their terrorist foot soldiers came. When these other sets dislodged, the real one that had to come and carry out the onslaught invaded and captured the children. When that senator was now asking, where is that military commander or general that withdrew the troops from this school 30 minutes before? I want you to understand how it happened. This is how it happened. When you have some of the military uniforms being worn by these same terrorists. So this is how they were in that school. Same terrorists, they dressed and came. They wore military uniform given to them by Nigerian army. They stayed there while making the ground very secure and comfortable for the ones that they later gave signal to come and kill. So when this one now finished with the Nigerian military uniform that is wearing, they will now go remove the military uniform. When the other terrorists finish kidnap the children, they will now come back with another uniform of maybe police, which he is still wearing. Or he will come back with another uniform of Amotekun, or he will come back with another uniform of a civil defense. You will see, you will say, no, these are Nigerian security personnel. You don't know that they are one and the same thing. One of them wears 3 different uniforms to come and disguise and carry out terrorist attack. Just wait to. When that senator was asking the question and said, where is the military personnel that withdrew the other terrorists from this school? Hey, can you see another uniform? Hey, how many uniforms are you seeing? This one never finish. Oh, they go see pull another uniform from his body again. More uniforms are going to come out from one person's body. Now we are going to go back to the Nigerian Senate video so that we explain to you when the Nigerian senator is asking, where is the general, the brigadier that called off their fellow military personnel that were there 30 minutes before? This is how it happened. All of them that wore the same Nigerian military uniform to come down there, they were the same terrorists because they are all wearing the military uniform. So when they wear the military uniform, they come and disguise as if they are the real military that time. So they are giving them training. They are securing the environment to see that there is no threat of invasion. After they have secured and gotten guarantee, they now send signal to the other ones that will come to do the attack. Then they will now dislodge. All of them will now disappear. As they now disappear, the other terrorists that are to come and kill or kidnap will now come in. Some of them that even disappeared and left the place, they will still go and mix up with the other ones and come back to carry out the attack. I want to ask a very simple question. When these Fulanis come out and wear military uniform, sometimes maybe they wear marks on their face. They only wear their dog tag or they wear their name tag and you see the name. It is possible that when they go to join their group, they remove that name tag and put another name tag and come back with them and come and attack. Do you know them? You will not know. So when this senator here is asking, where is that military personnel that withdrew the troops? Let's listen to me again.
The first 6 months, this sensitive questions are not brought to bear in the affirmative. Where is Brigadier General? Who authorized the withdrawal of soldiers 30 minutes before the operation that saw to the kidnapping of the MAGA, 25 children in MAGA?
Where is the Brigadier General? I have just shown you the Brigadier General. that is how to see the Brigadier General that carried out that onslaught. Because the Brigadier General dress like them and come like them and wears like them. So that is what the Brigadier General is all about. Do you get the point? All right. Nigeria is built for the terrorists. Let us ask these people another question. God's will, Akpabio, here you are. You were asking Musa whether they will be able to secure our children. And today, you are singing that Nigeria is okay and that you people are making exploits because of Nigerian politics. As Musa answered the question that you asked 6 months ago, has our children been secured in their schools? Has the kidnapping stopped in Nigeria? Let us listen to them, because this is our country, Nigeria.
It's noted. I did not say rejected, but noted. The reason I say so.
When you saw them grilling Musa over seriously and overzealously, you thought that, oh, they are very serious and there is going to be a change. No, foul. They were just acting drama. So that you people will say, oh, there is proactiveness in the Nigerian Senate. Today, you will see Senator Babio telling you that Nigeria is okay and he's singing for Tinubu, while you have your toddlers in the hands of Boko Haram terrorists inside the bush. The terrorists which they themselves created and brought for political campaign in 2014 and 2015 is the danger that all of you are suffering today. And they don't feel any remorse about it, because they are using them again in 2027 and 2026. You know, one thing I love about President Trump, when he is handling these Nigerian terrorist issues, he doesn't rush about it, and he doesn't pour all the flames on the terrorists once and for all. He does it like you are doing anointing in an Anglican church. You know, when you are doing anointing in an Anglican church, you will put the oil inside a small cup or basin. Then you will, let me remind some of you that used to go to morning mass and morning prayer and evening prayer, especially on a Friday night, when they say Friday night prayer. When you go, pastor will put the olive oil inside small tray or inside small plate. Then he will dip his finger like this and then do like this on your forehead. That is how President Trump is doing this Nigerian terrorist thing now, how he's dealing with them. He will just dip his hand inside the oil and then put small on the terrorists, and then the terrorists will explode. He will now wait until that oil where he put on your face dry, finish. You know, so that oil where they put for church, for tarry night, when we go tarry night, when they put that oil, you go want make that your oil day till the next morning, so that make it no dry come out for your face. Because you believe that it is this oil that will keep you from witches and witchcraft. That if witches and witchcraft come to attack you in the night, on them seeing the oil on your forehead, they will run away. So you don't want anything to clean the oil away. You want that oil to remain there. Some of us, when we wake up the next morning to go to school or to go to work, when we are taking bath, we don't want to wash the oil off. We want that oil to be there so that it will serve as good luck to us. That is the way President Trump is dealing with these terrorists. He will drop the small drops of the oil on their forehead and then wait for it to dry. You will now see the reaction of all these terrorists and all those that are sponsoring them. The first drop of the terrorist bomb was in December 2025. Just calculate. December 2025, January, February, March, April, May. After 6 months, before he drop another one. And this other one now, he dropped it for like 3 days. Eliminated about 175 Boko Haram terrorists. Then he now calmed down again. And the way he's doing it, it is sweet meal. Because if Donald Trump had dropped all the bombs and destroyed all the terrorists for Nigerians in 25th December alone, and then all the terrorists got perished, all of you Nigerians will attack President Trump. Because you people are people that are not grateful at all. In fact, you people don't need something good to be done for you. Yes, Nigerians, you don't deserve something good. Because the one that President Trump did, you did not appreciate him on that 25th of December. So the way the terrorist is rampaging now is good for all of you. Yes. Because now you are the ones, after seeing more terrorists, after seeing the escalation of the terrorists coming out from the north, entering Yoruba land. Before, it was Middle Belt. And the people of Yoruba did not take Middle Belt case to be important. Now it has degenerated now and it is coming into Yoruba land. They are beginning to take it serious now. Yes. Do you remember why the January 1566 coup had to be implemented? It was because of this same template of the Islamic jihadist terrorists. Slaughtering who? Slaughtering the Middle Beltans. Slaughtering who? The Northerners, Christians. Slaughtering who? The Yorubas. God bless you. Were they slaughtering Biafrans before then? Is it because of Biafrans that the coup of January 15, 1966 had to be carried out? Never. It was not because of Biafrans. It was because of the Middle Beltans that were being slaughtered the same way that is happening today. It was because of the Yoruba people that were being slaughtered. It was because of the Northern people that were being slaughtered. Then a coup had to be organized to end that jihad, to end that Sharia plan, and also to end the corruption that is happening same way it is happening now. To also end the NPC party that was serving as the APC today. Also to end the nepotism, to end the corruption. Exactly the same template that was playing, that necessitated the January 1566 coup, is what is repeating today. It was not for the Biafran people, but when the coup was carried out in favor of Yoruba people, Middle Beltans, and the Northerners, all these same people turned the radar against Biafran people. You see, this is not 1966. This is not 1945. This is not 1950. This is not 1954, 1955. This is not 1960. This is not 1961. This is not 1962. This is not 1963 or 64 or 65 or 66, which the coup had to be carried out. You see, this time, Biafran people are watching while you people are feeling the heat now. Because Biafran people have felt this heat since 2012. We started talking about the invasion of your land. Instead of all of you to have listened and take measures, you send Operation Python Dance to come and kill us because of just talking. You send Operation Python Dance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Operation Odoka, Operation Lokachi, Operation Akune Chemba. Is it a Bubagu that you people also form? All of them was formed to kill Biafrans because of what? Raising the awareness against jihad. We had ESN. You people attack us. ESN later metamorphosed into Biafra Army. People attack us. Today, we have Biafra Army, waxing very strong. If you're not seeing them in action now, they have fought a very good fight. They are on the watching zone now. They are watching to see, they are relaxing to see how the terrorists will deal with all of you to wake you all up, because they have been fighting since when they were fighting. You were destroying their image. You were destroying their effort. So they cannot be fighting for all of you to continue to shout Nigeria and to continue to shout Peter Obi and to continue to shout Atiku and Golo Jonathan and Kwankwaso while they are dying for you. The worst part of it is that many of you are not contributing anything to support the Biafra Army. Just few people are contributing their ad-end money. Biafra Army have sacrificed a lot. Now, it's time for all of you in Nigeria to bear the brunt. We are watching. When it is time for Biafra Army to strike again, they will strike. But for now, let the terrorists deal with all of you. The terrorists of Nigeria must deal with all of you so that you will all wake up. So that you will realize that the God of Biafra is a true God. You kidnap Mazen Amdekan, right? You lock Simon Ekba up, right? You want to lock Okechukwu Nkere up, right? Okay. You are locking Biafrans up anywhere they are, right? They say Biafrans that are doing Biafran government in Israel, all of them should be locked up in prison. They should be deported to their country, right? Because they are fighting for Biafra. Because they identify with the Biafra Republic government in Israel. When I go see the thing never starts. These terrorists that we work so hard to alert all of you in 66 to 70s, and you all turn it against us, this time you will bear the brunt. Biafra land, we have Biafra Army. You see, when it's time, those of the Biafrans that are not supporting Biafra now, it will get to a time that they will rush and say they want to come and support Biafra. Yes, because the heat will come up. We are waiting. We are not in a rush. We have created the highest level of awareness. We have set the template and the pace already. We are just waiting for everything to key into the puzzle. There is a puzzle game on the table. They are all coming in one after another. The puzzle is coming in one after another. It's remaining some to fill up. When they fill up, get to the right place, you hear the next stage of what we are going to do. So let those people that dug the graves of Biafrans Let them embrace and rejoice with their terrorists. But woe to you that makes yourself a vessel of destruction to be used by Nigerian government to either imprison Biafrans, both the past leaders that are in prison and the leaders that are here, and the government of Biafra that you're working against to betray. Woe to you that will make yourself that vessel of destruction, because it will not be nice for you. Listen to Akpabio and ask Akpabio, where are all these things that he said 9 months ago? And what reforms has been implemented from what he said 9 months ago? Yes, listen to him and ask him the questions.
Is that the man standing in front of us could be regarded as a solution to the current insecurity in the country. And we are not here on our own. We are here representing our constituents. And our constituents would like to hear from him whether his appointment will enable them to sleep well, whether their children will be safe in schools.
Yes. Whether the appointment will enable them to sleep well, whether their children will be safe in school after appointing Musa. Are your children safe in your schools? Are your children in the hands of the terrorists as we speak now? Are your parents, are your teachers in the hands of the terrorists as we speak now? I thought the reform of bringing Musa was to make sure our babies will be guaranteed of safety. Our children in their schools will be guaranteed of their safety. Our teachers in their school will be guaranteed of their safety. Where are those reform promises? Akpabio, you continue.
So we are not asking him questions because we don't like him. We're asking him questions because our constituents would have loved to ask him questions at a time like this. So if we come here and we do politics of bow and go, this is not a period we should say bow and go. Even Donald Trump is on our neck. We have not yet asked him what his response will be to Donald Trump, the President of America. He is not just anybody. Chief of Defense Staff, a nominee for Minister of Defense of a country, and you stand up and say you should take a bow and go, with so many questions on the mouth of Nigerians, with over 200 Nigerian children in the bush, kidnapped and being tortured.
With over 200 Nigerian children in the bush, being kidnapped and tortured. Today, how many do you have in the bush? When they were grilling Musa to put him into office, you had over 200 of our children in the bush in the hands of the kidnappers. And today, in 2026, this is June, right? This video was done, I think, whether in September or October of 2025, when they had this Senate gathering. How many months has gone? Every day, from January to this very day, we are counting more numbers of dead babies, women, and children. As we speak, the one that we kidnapped, they are in the hands of the terrorists. We are wondering and thinking of when we will see them. But Nigerian government politicians, they are buying cars and sharing cars for political campaign. Tinubu's wife was launching a campaign yesterday. The video has been trending. They say they are sharing cars to women leaders in some states of Nigeria where APC have no structure. So they are giving them cars. And it should be their personal car, not APC car, but they should use it as their personal cars. They should go and register them with their names. And you saw them jubilating. They were very happy. Jubilating. They were very happy that they were getting cars. While babies are dying, while we are counting the dead bodies of babies, while we are counting the numbers of babies in the hands of the terrorists, they are sharing cars. They are sharing political campaign cars and money. Hello, madam. Where is Jonathan? Akpabio, continue your lamentation.
Appointment is heralded all over Nigeria with happiness because Nigerians believe he has something to offer. Give the man an opportunity to give Nigerians hope.
Akpabio, don't talk finish,
Mr. Nominee.
He wants to start his grilling now. Listen to him.
You answer questions, but you will not give any strategic information on the strategy that you use.
You muted your mic, Abby. Unmute your mic. We want to hear.
Don't take it that we are not happy. We are all happy. We applaud Mr. President for your nomination. We have a lot of hope in you based on your track record. But a few questions are begging for answers. The Senate has just set up a committee to find out from the cry of the governor of Kebbi who gave the order for the soldiers who had prior information that kidnappers were coming to the school. Is it St. Mary's School or where? Maga. And they went there and they even took the students to the field and taught the students what they would do when the kidnappers come. But
are you getting the point? They got there, they were giving the children orientation of what they would do when the kidnappers come. How did they know that kidnappers were coming that same day, that they must come and give children kidnappers anti-orientation that same day? So that is the thing I was playing before in that video, that the same terrorists in uniform had the same terrorists that works with the one that will come to do the kidnapping. Some of them were sent to come and give drill to the children. And when they finish the drill and step aside, they now give order to the other ones to come in. Question was, where is the military officer or general commander that gave the order? They refused to reveal or tell us. Till today, we have not got to know the person that gave the order to withdraw them or to deploy those terrorists to this place. And later interchange the terrorists with another set to come and carry out the attack.
Minutes before the kidnappers arrived, somebody gave order for the soldiers to withdraw from the school. And
30 minutes before the other kidnappers, the other ones that wear military uniform and say they are kidnappers. 30 minutes before, they gave order, they withdrew them, while these other ones enter to carry out. So it is a proper arrangement. And this is the kind of Nigeria you will have, and all of you are enjoying it. But you want to go after Okechukwu Nkere in Washington, D.C. to kidnap him, to come and lock him up. You want him to be imprisoned by American government because he's fighting for Biafra. The same way you did to Simon Ekpa. The same way you did to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. People are coming to America to tell American government kidnap Okechukwu Nkere and all the officials of Brgie in America, because you know that it is those that are in America that are making things happen. All of us in other places cannot do or don't have the influence that is deposited in Washington, D.C. It is those in America that have the influence that is deposited in Washington, D.C. that is making something to happen. So now you say you want to go to Washington, D.C. and make sure, okay, Okechukwu Nkere and the entire Brgie officials in America, that they are packed and locked up. They will stop us. They cited fundraising. They cited our town hall meeting. They cited our global engagement and meeting and how we gather and how we talk, and even the broadcast that I am doing. They said this is how we do our awareness and our campaign. So they are launching a network to go after the Biafra government and as a prime minister in America. Because they are done with Simon Ekpa in Finland. They are done with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu in UK. Now they are coming to Okechukwu Nkere in America. Hey, hello, Meru. And some of you that are looking for the downfall of the Biafra Republic government in Israel, when you saw it, you clap your hands and say, yes, Tinubu is coming after Okechukwu and the Biafra government in Israel officials in America. You are jubilating over the downfall of Biafra. Yet you claim that you are a Biafran. The same terrorist that kidnaps people in the north and Middle Belt and Yoruba land is the one that will visit you and visit your family. Yes, because you are even worse than those terrorists. You mixing up with us with backstabbing mindset, evil, jealousy, hatred, deceit. You are worse than the Boko Haram terrorists that wear the uniform to go to the schools to kidnap our babies, women, and children. Listen to the National Assembly of Nigeria.
But 30 minutes before the kidnappers arrived, somebody gave order for the soldiers to withdraw from the school. And the kidnappers came and operated, and children were packed away. And the governor raised alarm all over. As the chief of defense staff, former, now a nominee for the office of Minister of Defense, I want you to know that this senator has set up a committee to investigate who gave that order and why they withdrew to give access to kidnappers to take those children unhindered.
I want to ask now, Nigerian Senate, Musa and Senator Babio, you said the Nigerian Senate has set up a ad hoc committee to investigate and to unravel the military personnel that gave the order. So since September 2025 down to June 2026 now, Nigerian Senate have not completed the investigation or unraveled the Nigerian military personnel that gave the order for the personnel to withdraw and to deploy the terrorists to come and kidnap the children. Up till now, how many months? You see why Nigeria is a scam? See why Nigeria is a Nollywood movie? Now, they are not talking about that military personnel that brought the terrorists and withdrew the other terrorists in uniform again. Now, they are talking about the children that have been kidnapped 3 days ago and 4 days ago and 5 days ago. Because the kidnapping now has become a serial business that happens in a serial form, in a series form. That is how it is going now. Today you will hear it in Sabongari. Tomorrow you hear in Kafanchan. Next tomorrow you hear in Kwara. Another year in Plateau. This time now you're even hearing in Oyo and inside Ibadan. You're also seeing it in Lagos. You're seeing it in Osun State. It is going down. Till now, Nigerian Senate have not unraveled the people that did what? That sent the terrorists. And also withdrew the other terrorists that was acting as the commanding officer. Up to now, we never see. We are still watching. We are still waiting to see. This is the kind of shambolic Nigerian government that all of you are projecting in the international community.
It's something that people would like to hear from you. And as we speak now, Brigadier General Oba has not been found, whether he's killed or not killed. He made a phone call to disclose his location. Who gave those coordinates for the kidnappers or the terrorists to go and pick him?
It's another good question. If the terrorists are not part and parcel of the army, of Nigerian military formation, how did they know the coordinates? How did they intercept the call? How did they know where that Major General Oba was? To intercept the coordinate to go and then kill him. Because the terrorists have infiltrated and they are working with Musa from the military intelligence unit down to the field marshals. So when they are going there, they give them information from ground zero to the intelligence unit. When you are sending a returning message to the intelligence unit for call or emergency, Mayday, 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 man awol, Mayday, Mayday, man awol. Who is intercepting the call? If it is not someone that is not in the intelligence unit, how did you get the call when a man is giving order, Mayday, Mayday, man awol? Mayday, Mayday, man awol. Alpha Syria awol, and is giving you the coordinates. And then as he's giving you the information, you are tracking his coordinate on the system so that you can be able to locate where he is for rescue. After you track and get it, you now send it to your terrorist brothers to go and eliminate him because he is alone there. Questions unanswered. Because they're working together. You see, as you people have come out and you want to kidnap all our Biafran leaders and to imprison all of them, America is the last bus stop. When I go see Nto, and all of you that are working together with Nigerian government, feeding them with one information or another, whether you claim to have been with us in BRGI, whether before or now or later, or you are privy to any information and you're feeding it to the Nigerian government, you don't enter big soup. Just wait. This is not Finland. This is not United Kingdom. Okay? We shall see. So, how was Major General Oba intercepted of his Mayday distress call? Distress call of Mayday is only sent to the control room of intelligence, where they will now get and then track your coordinate to be able to come for your rescue. This one, when the message got to the control room, they now send it over to the terrorists inside the bush and say, go and eliminate him. That is what Nigeria is for you.
Those are questions begging for answers. And then somebody like you, as highly placed in security service, you have been everywhere. You have attained all the ranks. You come before the Senate and somebody is saying, take a bow and go. When you take a bow and go, where is Brigadier General Oba? When you take a bow and go, where are the children? How are we going to get the children back? You should make a statement on that. Please, I would not want us to ridicule the nomination of the president. The president knows why he brought him, and he has ideas of why he brought him. Let him also tell Nigerians what he will do in that regard. He doesn't need to disclose the strategy. Point of order. Point of order.
Musa, since September, you people had this Senate discussion down to this very day, and Akpabio and all the senators. What has been the reform? Because as we sleep and wake up, we are seeing more children kidnapped on a daily basis in Nigeria. I just decided to bring the video back so that you people will know. This video had happened, I think whether in October, earlier or September of 2025. President Trump later warned the terrorists and told them if they continue to kill the Christians, he will come for them. They dared him in November again and in early December. That was why he visited them with the gift of Christmas on the 25th of December in Sokoto. Up till today, this legal chamber of, or judiciary, or I don't know what to call them, or legislative chamber of Nigeria, have not been able to give us answers to where is Major General Oba and our children that were kidnapped. The strategies and the guarantee that our children will be safe in school and they will not be kidnapped again. But every day, the bodies of our babies, women and children are stockpiling, and they are kidnapping them more and more. And do you know what the terrorists are asking for? As condition to release our children. The terrorists are asking for Sharia implementation as a condition. They are asking for Sharia implementation as a condition before they release the toddlers, the children that are inside the hands of the terrorists. They ask for Sharia implementation. Do you all understand and see what Nigeria is all about? No, all of you will not understand. You will be shouting Peter Obi. You will be shouting PVC. You will be shouting Atiku Abubakar. You will be shouting Goodluck Jonathan. None of these people have your solutions. Peter Obi cannot help you. Goodluck Jonathan cannot help you. Atiku cannot. I think Atiku may help you. Yes, Atiku would be able to help you. Yes. Atiku could be able to help you. Yes, I want to tell you something. If you allow the Northerners to take power to Atiku, Atiku will be able to quell his terrorist brothers and tell them to calm down. Let us go wayo. They will calm down first more. And then they will now start giving them money and placing them into political circles. Ministers, senators here and there, they will be gaining more ground. They will now implement another thing inside the Nigerian constitution. This time it's not just the small part of Sharia. This time will be the biggest part of Sharia. At the end of the day, it will be total takeover of Nigeria Islamization. When you bring Obi, all of you will die overnight in Nigeria. When you bring Goodluck Jonathan, all of you will die overnight. Are you getting the message? Tinubu was to play this template of Islamization. This was part of the agreement of the Muslim ticket of 2023. But after Tinubu got into that seat, He refused to implement all those plans for them. That is why you see the hunger in them. Yes. That is why you see Erufai got angry to come out and say, Tinubu, they are paying terrorists. But the same Erufai was paying terrorists in his state under his watch. He said, we know the terrorists. We listen to their calls and their conversations. We know where they are. But we cannot bomb them. These were the exact words of Erufai. But now, under Tinubu, as Tinubu is allowing America to come and crush the terrorists, because Tinubu is not allowing America to crush that terrorist with his free mind. His hands are tied because these terrorists have gone so much on the Christians. So Tinubu's hands are being forced by American government to crush the terrorists. So they are not happy with Tinubu. That is why we say Tinubu need to continue to rule Nigeria so that Nigeria will break into pieces very fast. Because the more he becomes the president of Nigeria 2027 again, or 2100 again, the more all of you will wake up from your sleep. The more the terrorist Islamic Sharia agenda will escalate. The more they will move from the north to the south and enter everywhere. Then all of you will wake up and understand that you have a common enemy. Because for now, the Biafran people still seems to be your enemy. You have not identified Boko Haram as your enemy yet. So you still have a long way to go. Okay? So, any vote for Peter Obi is a vote for Tinubu. Listen very well. This is the first time for Kenneth Okonkwo to even say something that has sense. I don't know whether he watched one movie before he woke up to give us this very one. Because you know, Kenneth Okonkwo no get sense. He is living in darkness. So, before he was able to give us this one, and he got this one right, you guys should be happy now. You guys should be asking, how did Kenneth Okonkwo come up with this one? That he got this one right. Listen to him.
In charge of Bloomberg. The reason I said it is that it's either you're working for Tinubu directly, in other words, you're in APC, or you're working for Tinubu indirectly. Because when you divide the votes of the coalition and the opposition, you're still making Tinubu to be better placed to win. That's what Bloomberg said. Now, nobody forced you, P2B, to enter into ADC. You entered on your own. And 1 week to the end of the closure of the time, you left. And you gave the reason. What reason did you give? You can't compete in primary. And you want to be a politician. And you can't compete in primary. You want to be the president of a challenged country. And you're running away from challenges. Let me tell you, the truth is that in 2027, anybody voting any vote whatsoever to P2B, you're voting for Tinubu. And don't say that I didn't tell you. And I'll give you example with Enugu State.
Now, are you getting the message well? This is the first time in Kenneth Okonkwo's life for him to have been able to reason well. The very first time that Kenneth Okonkwo is able to reason well. In this is a living in darkness life of a Nollywood. Because in 2023, the UK and EU brought Peter Obi to come and destroy all your brands against Biafra, while he is working for Tinubu for UK. UK places who becomes your president. UK places Tinubu there. It's the same UK that called Obi and said, Obi, come out, leave Atiku, go and carry this Labour flag and cause confusion on the heads of Biafrans and the rest of Nigerians. So, Obi carried out the mandate. While all of you say you are dividing the vote, you are going for Obi. How many people voted for Obi? So you see, from the analysis of Okene Tokunbo for the very first time, that he has sense in what he says. Obi is working to destroy your mind from reality of how you should have been standing to resist Nigeria continuity. So while you now see Obi, you now continue singing Word Nigeria. And as you are singing so, you are singing it to the progress of Tinubu APC. Because Obi does not have the structure. It is not all of it that make noise in social media that makes a difference in politics. The numbers is what counts on that day. Who will manufacture the numbers? It is the ruling party that will manufacture the numbers. Who controls the INEC? It is the ruling party. Who controls the Senate? It is the ruling party. Who controls the judiciary, the court in Nigeria? It is the ruling party. If they no rule finish to get convinced the way they want, they don't come out for there. So when Obi is being used to play the card for the same people that is in opposition, who is working to keep all of you in one Nigeria for the next 100 years while the Boko Haram terrorists are preparing to Islamize all of you, you are helping Tinubu with the projection of Obi. Because you know Obi has no structure or whatsoever or how he's going to win anything. And he's not there to make anything different in Nigeria because he does not have the capability. If Tinubu has money and is able to use his money to fund APC for the past 15 years, and then now that he now enters as the president, he decided to overturn the agreement and the template of the Islamization agenda of 2023 of Muslim ticket. Then the terrorists, the Northerners, are fighting him for going against the agreement. I want to ask all of you, how much money does Obi has that is now going to use to control the Northerners and to pay them and to control their political party for the next 15 years? Okay. UK only use Obi to play card for you. And all of you fell for it. And Tinubu has been reaffirmed again by UK. That Royal Castle banquet, that UK Royal House or Royal Family hosted Tinubu and all the officials of Nigeria. What do you think it was meant for? You think it was just mere decoration of a banquet? No. Didn't you hear them tell you that they have come to reaffirm the commitment of Nigeria into the hands of Britain, their British design business, to continue again? Who did they put the thing inside their hand? It's Tinubu. Did you see Obi there? Why didn't they invite Obi to come there? Why didn't they invite Atiku to come there? Why didn't they invite Goodluck Jonathan to come there? Why didn't they invite Amechi to come there? Why didn't they invite Kwankwaso to come there? All these useless people that you see that are carrying political party flag, they are all working for one APC to come out, stand again. So it is a game. We are warning all of you. Now let us go to the events that happened in U.S. Congress today. Where Biafra was presented on the table and testimony given of Biafra. We remain very grateful to Dr. Michael Rubin.
Rubin.
Thank you. Chairman Smith, Chairman McGovern, honorable members, thank you for the opportunity to testify. Just under 1 year ago, I testified here about human rights in Turkey. I'm not going to repeat that testimony. Unfortunately, there's so much new to discuss. I'm reminded of the old Soviet joke about an optimist and a pessimist. The Soviet pessimist complains about how bad everything is: war, environment, economy, health. The Soviet optimist shakes his head and said, "Don't complain. Things could always get worse." So sanction Kemal Kılıçdaroğlu if he does not recuse himself. Representative Smith, to underscore the importance of freedom and of speech and discourse, you had mentioned what had happened at Sheridan Circle. The United States, Washington, D.C., should install a plaque on Sheridan Circle commemorating the illicit attack on peaceful protesters in 2017. Second, genocide recognition matters for a simple reason. If the international community does not force states and groups to reject racist and genocidal ideologies, those ideologies persist. When regimes nature them, the dangers grow exponentially. We've seen this with Hamas and radicalized Hutus and Nigerians attacking Biafrans. While Turkey blusters, it folds when others recognize genocide. We saw this with both the Biden administration's recognition of the Armenian genocide, and that of all 50 states and the District of Columbia. Those recognitions happened, and Turkey didn't do a damn thing. Just as Erdogan now seeks a say in Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem, and Jordan continues to assert some control there, so too should that model now apply to Greek and Armenian sites in Istanbul.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Rubin. You continue to deliver the message for Biafra. And that has been noted, and it is penetrating so well. Yes, Biafran people, we are making exploits, and we are going very far. And Biafra is being spoken of in U.S. Congress. Daily discussions. And it is going slowly. The message is penetrating. And we are making it happen. And we are getting the results. We are getting the results that is needed of us. Now, a lot of you may not have seen the good work of Congressman James. The good work of Congressman James for the Biafran people. So I want to remind you all again here. Here was Dr. Michael Rubin testifying for Biafra in the U.S. Congress. Now I want to go to Congressman James. putting Biafra on the table in the same US Congress again. So we are very happy to have these men and women that are making us so proud, that are helping us in the cause of Biafra independence without seeking a dime. We appreciate this very man. You just watch Congress in America of yesterday, where Dr. Michael Rubin testified with Biafra in the Congress. And it did not just stop there. You now see Congressman James putting the same Biafra again, still in Congress. So we are going. Slow and steady, we are going. Now we want to open and read that congressional resolution. So for those of you that did not see what Congressman James did for Biafran people, you will now see it now. All right. This is the work that Congressman James is doing for Biafra people. It is called H.RES.1321, calling on the government of Nigeria to ensure that all legal proceedings involving Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are conducted in full accordance with Nigeria's constitutional obligations and international human rights commitments. In the House of Representatives, May 22, 2026, Mr. James submitted the following resolution, which was referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs. This is the same congressman here that PM Nkere has been engaging. And you saw the congratulatory message that they dropped here after this resolution was posted in Congress. So if you don't know who we call Congressman James, here he is. For those of you that wants to kill Okechukwu Nkere, I want you to look at the calibers of men that is going about dialoguing with, putting Biafra on the table with, telling them what they should do for Biafra and how they are reacting and what their response are going and resulting into. It is not just talk, it is actions that is speaking louder than words. Engagement, regular engagement of the US congressmen and women. When you see these photos of US congressmen and women being engaged by Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkere, it is not just photos, because some of you were saying it is Photoshop. These are not Photoshops. These are real time photos, not Photoshops. And now you are seeing the result. Can you see Michael Rubin on the screen? Yes. And it's the same Michael Rubin that you saw that just spoke a few minutes ago. This is the same Michael Rubin you saw that spoke a few minutes ago in Congress, speaking for Biafra, citing Biafra, putting Biafra on the table. That is the Michael Rubin that you see in this photo here. Now, do you see Congressman James? Okay. That is the Congressman James that you see here, that has brought Biafra up in U.S. Congress, citing Martin Nnamdi Kanu's imprisonment and the way Biafra is being treated and discussed in Nigeria policy circles. Now, do you see Senator Ted Cruz there? Okay. Do you see Ambassador Tibo Nash there? Okay. Do you see the Speaker of America there? Our PM is not just meeting people for photo. He's meeting people for results. And the result has begun. Now, let us go back to the work of Congressman James. Resolution. Calling on the government of Nigeria to ensure that all legal proceedings involving Martin Nnamdi Kanu are conducted in full accordance with Nigeria's constitutional obligations and international human rights commitments. Do you all remember that Biafra Republic government in exile had a congressional testimony submitted to the U.S. Congress in June 2025? And in that testimony, the Prime Minister, Okechukwu Nkere, cited Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's kidnapping case by Nigerian government, and they demanded the intervention of the U.S. Congress. Now you're seeing the result coming out. And also cited the imprisonment of Mazi Simon Ekpa in Finland. Okechukwu Nkere and the entire Brgie are in Washington, D.C., fighting for the release of Mazi Simon Ekpa and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, while some of you are there looking for the death of Okechukwu Nkere and Brgie. Some of you are now working with Nigerian government to see if you can destroy Brgie. It will shock all of you what we have in stock for everybody. It is Biafra. If you take anybody out today, another worst and brutal person will come out, and you cannot stop Biafra. The seed that we sowed in June 2025 is yielding fruit 2026. The seed that we sowed in September 18, 2025 is yielding fruit in 2026. Let's go back there. If you were not in the congressional briefing and testimony in June and 18 September briefing of 2025, you miss a lot and you did not watch. Then go back and watch it. Go and look at the congressional testimony that we submitted. Read it through. You will see that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the biggest thing that we put to the U.S. Congress. Mazi Simon Ekpa was the biggest thing that we put to the U.S. Congress for them to be released, for them to intervene and sanction Nigeria and sanction Europe for the release of these two pioneers of Biafra that were talking about Biafra and fighting for Biafra, who were kidnapped and locked up in prison because of their reason of talking for Biafra and fighting for Biafra. And I ask some of you, what has been your own report card? What have you done for Mazi Simon Ekpa or Mazi Nnamdi Kanu since they got into prison to see their release? What have you done for Biafra to move forward and to get things done? Okay, 9Geria with his entire cabinet, they are sacrificing everything they have to make things happen. The seed they sow in June 2025 and 18th of September 2025 is yielding fruit in 2026. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being discussed, and Biafra is being discussed in US Congress. Michael Rubin was here with us on this very Voice of Biafra, I think last month. And today, or yesterday, he was speaking for Biafra in Congress. And then, today you are seeing Congressman James speaking for Biafra again in Congress. We are not sleeping. Okay, 9Geria is not sleeping. He's not running a docile government. He's doing everything he can to bring results. And if you decide to fall on the sabotaging end to see his downfall, you will not get any redemption. I promise you. Because a man that is working with his two hands, with his heart clean, not minding how many of you have sabotaged him and stabbed him and backstab him, that is working for your interests. Not minding the names you have called him, how you have branded him criminal and put his name on and photo on the social media and turn him upside down. That is fighting for all of you. Today, Congressman James is speaking for Biafra in US Congress. Let's continue to read. Whereas Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a political figure known for advocating on behalf of communities in southeastern Nigeria. Whereas Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has publicly expressed his views regarding political self-determination and governance through speech and advocacy. Whereas concerns have been raised regarding the circumstances of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's apprehension in Nairobi, Kenya in June 2021 and his subsequent transfer to Nigeria. Whereas questions have been raised by legal observers and international bodies regarding whether his transfer complied with applicable legal standards and international obligations. Whereas the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention, in an opinion issued on July 20, 2022, found that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's detention violated international human rights obligations and called for his release and the provisions of remedy. Whereas courts in Kenya have issued rulings concerning the legality of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's transfer from Kenya to Nigeria. Whereas concerns have been raised by human rights organizations regarding the process, access to counsel, and conditions of detention. Whereas prolonged detention without adequate medical care raises serious humanitarian concern. Whereas the protection of freedom of expression, fair trial right, and humane treatment of detainees are fundamental principles recognized under international law, including the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. Whereas the United States has a long-standing commitment to advocating for the protection of human rights and the rule of law globally. Whereas the United States has previously engaged diplomatically in cases involving individuals detained abroad where credible concerns of wrongful detention exist. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the House of Representatives, 1, calls on the Nigerian government to ensure that all legal proceedings involving Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are conducted in full accordance with Nigeria's constitutional obligations and international human rights commitments. Urges the government of Nigeria to carefully consider the findings of the United Nations Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and to appropriate steps consistent with those findings. Encourages the government of Nigeria to ensure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has consistent access to legal counsel, necessary medical care, and humane conditions of detention. Encourages the Secretary of State to engage with the government of Nigeria regarding concerns related to due process, detention and conditions, and respect for human rights. Reaffirms the commitment of the United States to the protection of human rights, freedom of expression, and the rule of law. All of you that have been saying that Okechukwu Nkere is only taking picture and is doing Photoshop, I want to ask you of one person that you have met in Congress or in America discussing Biafra and the result that he has brought out from Congress that you see. You look at Okechukwu Nkere, all the people that you see him meet and talk to, you will see them spotlighting Biafra. Some of you were projecting Mike Arnold, one madman. Yes, because if you are not mad, you will not come and portray Sokoto Declaration. And you use Sokoto Declaration to destroy the brains of some foolish people who sees a government that is working for them, but they prefer to follow a camouflage. I'm not here for the Sokoto Declaration, but I'm going to do a special broadcast to the Sokoto Declaration, so that all of you that were foolish will know that you will continue to be foolish in your next generations. Somebody that is working for his NGO in Nigeria for many years and is making money from Nigeria, and he has been seeing the dead bodies of babies, women, and children. He has seen the jihad that happens in Nigeria for the past 30 years. He did not say anything. He kept quiet because he was enjoying his NGO money. The blood of the babies, women, and children that he sees every day did not mean anything to him. He just focused on his money and his business. In November or earlier this year, he was against us talking anything about Biafra in Washington, D.C. He said he's not talking anything like breaking up of Nigeria or Biafra. He's talking for Nigeria to continue. He wants Nigeria to remain as one country. He even came against Biafra. Biafrans have been doing the same thing and shouting Biafra and carrying flag for 50-something years. They make no difference. So it is a joke. All of a sudden, they saw opportunity from the useless lawyers that we have that claim to be representing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He now jump in to all of the Sokoto Declaration. All of you foolish people now believe that a man in prison should be declaring and giving you a declaration from inside prison. I wonder now that Boko Haram is invading your communities and killing you, can Mazi Nnamdi Kanu give you a declaration from inside prison? Or can Mazi Monagba give you a declaration from prison that will now deliver you from the Boko Haram terrorists? See how stupid some of you are. Little did you know that the Sokoto declaration that they were talking about is to go and write something that declares that everybody should go and fight for the unity of one Nigeria. The Nigeria that is killing you, Ejimako, with all the lawyers and the brothers of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and all the 100 men, many people, they came together. They said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said they should come and tell you all that Sokoto declaration is coming out. And the Sokoto declaration is that it's mandating all of you to fight for one Nigeria. And everybody to come together to work for one Nigeria to be safe, not Biafra again. I will come back for Sokoto declaration program. But I am asking a very pertinent question. All of you that have been having meetings and talking with people in America, where is one result that they have brought out that has taken Biafra to the US Congress? Where is one result that they have brought out that has even made Biafra to come up? It is from the education that Prime Minister Okechukwu Nkerie gave this congressman here in 2025 and 2024 that made him to spark on the 20th of November, the day Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was sentenced to life imprisonment in Nigerian court. The US congressional testimony was ongoing, and then he had to take up the mic to speak for Biafra. He brought Biafra to the floor. He spoke for Biafra that day. So this is not his first time you see him speaking for Biafra. And I love to bring that video again, where he spoke for Biafra that very day again, on the 20th of November.
We are joined by the former chairman of the Africa Subcommittee, who is now over at the Energy and Commerce Committee, John James, and I want to thank him. February of 2024, he had a very important hearing on Nigeria and other advocacy throughout that time. So the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much for your personal invitation, for your leadership, and for your friendship. I'm honored to be back. Psalms 96:14 asks, "Who will rise up for me against the wicked? Who will take a stand for me against evildoers?" Nigeria is facing one of the gravest religious freedom crises in the world. As the former chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee on Africa, I have visited and have seen firsthand the direness of the conditions in what is now the deadliest place on earth to be a Christian. They are targeted, displaced, and killed simply for their faith. The ancient plea, "Is there no help for the widow's son?" still echoes today. Since 2019, nearly 17,000 Christians have been killed. In the first 7 months of this year alone, hundreds more were murdered. On June 13th, during the Yellowwater massacre, more than 280 Christians were slaughtered in a single day. These are not isolated tragedies, but a sustained pattern of religiously motivated violence, often ignored or even enabled by the Nigerian government. Extremist groups like Boko Haram, Fulani militants, and ISIS West Africa attack often without any meaningful intervention from authorities. The lack of response has created an atmosphere of impunity where Christians continue to live in constant threat and fear. The United States has previously recognized this crisis. President Trump not only designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern during his first term, but redesignated it again in his second term after President Biden inexplicably removed that designation. Religious persecution is tied to political repression and weakening institutions in Nigeria. Example, the detention of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a clear example. In 2022, Nigeria's Court of Appeal struck down the charges against him and ordered his release. The UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention has also called for his unconditional release. Yet he remains in solitary confinement, in deteriorating health, and recently had to represent himself in court. Nigeria has signaled that the law is optional and targeting Christians is fair game. Just hours ago this morning, despite the pleas and cries of the Nigerian people and many Nigerian lawmakers, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was convicted on all charges. For fiscal year 2025, the U.S. has requested nearly $8 billion for sub-Saharan Africa. But when Americans see political prisoners, judicial defiance, and the slaughter of Christians, they understandably ask as they meet their own struggles, why should our tax dollars support governments that refuse to protect their own people? Is our aid aiding a genocide? Nigeria is a nation of tremendous potential, but that potential is being choked out by violent persecution of its Christian population. No country can build a stable future where churches are burned, believers are killed, and communities live in fear. The United States must stay engaged, and Nigeria must change course now.
Thank you, Congressman James, for the work you're doing for Biafra. We appreciate you so much. Please, we don't have much time for calls tonight. The Prime Minister of the Biafran people will be live tomorrow on Voice of Biafra TV. So please, make sure you partake in this very emergency briefing that he will be giving tomorrow. It's gonna be in the night of Biafra time. So stay awake so that you can listen to the press briefing of the Prime Minister tomorrow. Do not miss. I appreciate all of you. And do not forget that the Biafran people must continue to fund their freedom in every way possible. For us to have had Dr. Michael Rubin testify in Congress yesterday for Biafra, and for us to have had the work of Congressman James speak for Biafra in Congress, there must have been a series of engagements. So all these are done with sacrifices. The works of the lobbyists and the attorney, the Prime Minister, and the government. General Lubosi said he was donating his 10% of his books and process to support Biafra governments of the children of God so that they can get Biafra. And he admonished all of you to do so. So that means we cannot achieve anything without money. So please, wake up Biafrans and support your freedom. Thank you so much. And it's good to have been with you on Voice of Biafra. See you all tomorrow. Remain blessed.
Strong and unshaken, both for all to see, broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcaster network. Voice of Biafra TV, the first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV. First to speak, best to watch, last to
Voice of Biafra TV. In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashiorkor scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulier Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They called it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended.
You want, I have never, said it has to be independence. My own campaign has always been for justice and equality and fairness for all of the people. And that's what I absolutely believe in. And that's the points that you should be making.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And that justice, that's where we are. Because when you mention of Sharia law, we are Christians, 100% Christians. From we Biafrans, that's who we are as Christians. Sharia, Islamic jihadist terrorists, with their own ideology, they said we must be converted to Islam, of which they want to Islamize us. So automatically the division is there. It's just we need justice because it's not going to work. And justice have to play its own role, its own part here, since we are not going to accept that Sharia law. And it's part of the reason why all in the Middle Belt and even a minority in the north, and they are actually pushing it towards the Biafran territory to try to, see how they can penetrate with this so-called Sharia law and whatever they call it. Elias,
I just want to quickly add to this. This is not.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Hey. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashiorkor scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulier Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They call it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they try to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say it loud and clear. Never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a false union, never meant to endure. This is the story of Nigeria, a giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation, became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967, a desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 9Geria Nti, under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds, regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1940s 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive, and the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the rights of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world, a future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra live, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence. Biafra, Biafra. In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war against the young republic. The drums of war began to sound. Nigeria turned against us on our own sacred ground. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they tried to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Blockade and hunger became their sword. Kwashako scars on bodies of the young and children. Women buried babies in shallow graves, while the world watched and looked the other way. From Ulias Street to the starving fields, 1 million souls crossed into eternity. They call it war, we call it genocide. Our peoples will refuse to die. May 30, 1967, we still remember the day hope was born and hell descended. Rivers ran red, children cried for food in the shadow of famine and flying bombs. Biafra, Biafra, your name we call. Though they try to bury you behind the wall, your spirit lives in every soul that knows the price of freedom and the blood that flows. Whoa. No victors, only survivors left to tell of the pain, the courage, and the tears that fell. Nigeria may hide one flag, but 2 wounds remain. Only Biafra independence can heal these wounds in the heart of a nation still carrying the pain. We do not forget, we will not be silent for the unborn children and the dead who cry loudest. May 30, 1967, echoes in the wind, never to be erased. Biafra lives in memory and in flame. One day the truth will speak your name. We say loud and clear, never again, never again, never again. Biafra independence is not negotiable. Independence is not negotiable. Biafra leaves. Today Nigeria is in confusion. Jihadist terrorist killings everywhere in Nigeria. Biafra leaves. Retreat and surrender is dead for us. Therefore, no retreat, no surrender. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, under the leadership of Prime Minister His Excellency Ogechukwu Nkere, for standing tall for Biafra independence and freedom. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra. God bless Biafra, the land of the rising sun. In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a false union, never meant to endure. This is the story of 9Geria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children Professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets.
Are we coming out? All right, okay. So we are live and direct on Voice of Biafra Television. We start the event of the day with our national anthem.
Oh
trumpets pealing, the glorious song, play it, sing it, all hail Biafra. Oh, hail Biafra, we shall always remember all that perished in the struggle for our freedom. All hail our heroes, our precious kingdom, both day and night. Say them always, all hail Biafra. All hail Biafra. No star shines everywhere. We crave humility. God guide and protect us all. All hail your wisdom, shielding us from fury, unleashed by your anointed band. Biafra, Biafra, shining forever.
At this point, we observe a minute of silence to the fallen heroes of Biafra, the reason why we celebrate today, and the men and women that stood the test of time for Biafra land to be defended.
Hello.
Memory of our heroes lives forever. They fought for Biafra, they died for Biafra, they declared Biafra because the same hegemonic tendencies that faces everyone today was taking place. Why they fought for Biafra? So that we wouldn't watch and see the heads of our babies, women, and children slice off their head. We remember our heroes, and on this very memorial, proud to finish the race which they started. God help us as we do this. He say, he say, he say, he say, he say, right. Thank you so much to everyone. And at this point, I take the next item on the program. Official welcome to events by the CEO. We can't hear you, sir. See, we can't hear you. Okay, try it now. Hello?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Can you hear
Yes,
me now?
we can hear you.
All right. Good evening, everyone, and good afternoon from my end. I've been called upon to give a welcome to everyone who is here today. And in that note, I would like to welcome our Prime Minister, Mazio Genkere, all the cabinet members here, our senior citizens, and all the Indians at large who I want to take this opportunity to welcome all those who are watching on different Biafran platforms, on VOB, and other streaming platforms of Today is a very special day for Biafran people, not because heroes passed, but because it's a day we'll remember men and women who died for a nation. Their death wasn't just as a memory. Their death was for a nation, for Biafra. And today we'll remember them. So today, I welcome each and every one of us here. And as I welcome you to this event, I want that as we partake in today's event, we take time to reflect on the reasons why our heroes fell and the reason why we have to remember them today. It is also very important to note that it is not just about burning candles. Most important of it all is ensuring that the reason why they died, that we bring it to fulfillment. So as you sit today and join us in this event, take time to reflect on how you are helping to make sure that we fulfill the dreams of our fallen heroes. Take time to reflect on where you can improve to make sure that this price that they paid, that it is not in vain. So once again, I welcome everyone to this very event. To our defense forces who are protecting and defending our land. May those who have gone before us, those we remember today, may they be with you as you protect the land that they died for. May they be your guide. May they shield you when the enemies arises against you. So with this, I say welcome to today's event, and please don't forget, for us to achieve everything that we seek, it requires a community. And that community is you and I. Those who are here, those who are watching, It requires each and every one of us to achieve this goal. Thank you so much, Mazi Sani, and thank you all Biafrans who are here present and those who are watching. You're welcome.
Thank you, Honorable COS, for that warm welcome speech. I appreciate your effort. And we rush down to the next item on the program, and that is a prayer for the heroes and heroines of Biafra by Senior Minister Comfort. Unmute yourself, man.
Opportunity given to me to pray and recognize our heroes and heroines. Before I do that, I want to recognize His Excellency Mazi Ogenkere, our Prime Minister, all the Brgie members represented here, the Homeland Elders from the facto government, our Biafra Defense Forces, and all of us represented from different sections in Britain. Today we are celebrating a very, very important, memorable, touchy occasion. I humbly surrender and commit this memorable day to Chukwu Okike Abiyama, the Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end, to preside on this memorable day, which is the 30th of May, that is observed every year in solidarity of our heroes and heroines. Lord, in you do we trust. Elohim, on this special day, we remember your sons and daughters and children that perished so that we may live. Those who sacrificed their lives to protect their children, families, loved ones, and our nation, Biafra. You will not allow this generation that they fought for to be put to shame, Lord. You will not allow our enemies to triumph over us. For no one that hopes in you or trusts in you will ever come out in shame in any war. But shame shall be unto our enemies, and shall also be unto those that trouble your children. Show us your way, Lord, as we are nothing without you. Have mercy upon us, Lord, and may love and grace abide within us. Let there be love shared amongst us. Let there be peace. Do not remember the sins of our youth. For Psalm 51 says, if thou shalt remember our iniquities, they are so many and grievous. Or the sins of our ancestors, for they are many also. If thou shalt mark iniquities, who can stand? Nobody. Give us Biafra, Lord, in our own time. Let not our sins have hold over us, for we have no other God, nor creator that we can turn to, apart from thee. For the sake of your name, Elohim, forgive us our iniquities, and grant us Biafra in our own time, that your name may be exalted, praised above every other name. O Lord, today being the 30th of May 2026, all across Biafra land, we remember our brothers and sisters, O Lord, who died during Biafra War. More than 5 million of our people who were killed, our children who were starved to death, our mothers and our sisters who were raped, beaten, and the people killed in the act of genocide, Lord. We ask you in your own infinite mercies to receive their souls in your paradise and grant them eternal peace with thee, Lord. God bless us all here, Father, that are fighting for liberation of Biafra and our people. God bless the land of Biafra, Elohim. Lord, bless Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, Ahamadike, and Mazi Simon Ekpa, Abatobie, favor and victory in all their court cases, for they have not committed any sin known to man. They want freedom for their people. Father, Lord, finally, I bring His Highness, Mazi Ogenkere, before you, before that throne of mercy. Grant him fortitude and wisdom to lead us, Father, to victory. Without you, Lord, we cannot achieve Biafra. And everyone that is represented here today, Father, may thou enrich their pockets. Enrich their pockets. Father, may they not be tight-fisted. May you grant them favor so that they will come to contribute in fundraising, Father, so that Biafra can be achieved. There's no other way. Everybody is looking at us. Daddy, we are not the people going to achieve Biafra. It's you. Finance is you. Lord, grant us that finance. I don't know how you're going to do it, but that is why that particular fund to be able to fund our lawyers, lobbies, this and other ones. I pray in the name of Chukwu Okike Abiyama.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for taking that piece. Thank you so much. We appreciate your services to the Biafran people. Right, we take some jingles and memorial videos before we go to the next item on our program. So stay tight and enjoy the event.
In the rising sun of a new dawn, a nation stood tall on her own ground. May 30, 1967, the flag was raised. Land of the rising sun, freedom proclaimed. All over Biafra land, the people sang and danced, tired of broken promises and iron chains. In July 6, 1967, Nigeria waged a genocidal war.